My notes tell me meeting is now streaming live on YouTube.
And let me just check. It is. Okay, all set.
The special meeting of the Waltham City Council on Monday, February 22nd, 2021 is called to order. The clerk will call the roll.
George A. Darcy III,
Present.
Aaron Dunn,
Present.
Sean T. Durkee,
Present.
Kathy Ann Harris,
Present.
Joseph P. LaCava,
Present.
Anthony LaFosse. Anthony LaFosse. Randall J. LeBlanc. Christine A. Mackin. John J. McLaughlin.
Present.
Kathleen B. McMenamin.
Present?
Patrick J. O'Brien.
Present.
Jonathan Paz.
Present.
Thomas M. Stanley.
Present.
Carlos A. Vidal.
Present.
President Paul J. Brasco.
Present. If the clerk would again call those that were not responding in the first.
Anthony LaFosse. Randall J. LeBlanc. Christine A. Mackin. I hear no response from those councilors, Mr. President. I have 12 councilors present.
We have a quorum.
I
All
just
rise.
did Counselor LaFosse just now.
Anthony LaFosse.
Present.
All rise while the city clerk recites the council prayer.
Almighty God, we ask thy guidance in all our deliberations. Please remain standing while the city council president leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge
I pledge allegiance to the flag
the United States of
of
America,
America,
to the republic
republic
for
for
which it
which
stands,
it stands,
one nation,
nation,
under God,
God,
indivisible, liberty and
and
justice for all.
justice for all.
We ask that you remain standing. If Councilor Durkee would offer a moment of silence for our troops.
So just like a stunt to get out of the truck or something? Joseph, you know more than me. No, I don't.
Councilor Durkee.
I would like to have everyone remember the troops who are deployed overseas, especially to Iraq and Afghanistan, and allow for a moment of silence and pray for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. A moment of silence, please. Please be seated. The special meeting of the Waltham City Council is being transmitted live on the Waltham City of Waltham YouTube channel and on Waltham Community Access Corporation MAC channel. Channel 43 for Verizon subscribers, channel 98 for Comcast subscribers, and channel 15 for RCN subscribers. The clerk will call the meeting.
Notice of special meeting of the city council. This meeting will be held remotely under the provisions of section 3-10 of the city charter. I hereby call a special meeting of the Waltham City Council. The purpose of the meeting is presentation of the state of the city address by Mayor Jeanette A. McCarthy and City Council President Paul J. Brasco. Date Monday, February 22nd, 2021, time 7 p.m. or as soon thereafter, and the location City Council Chamber, 610 Main Street, Waltham, Massachusetts. No other items will be discussed. Respectfully submitted, Jeanette A. McCarthy, Mayor.
It is my honor to introduce the mayor of the great city of Waltham, the mayor, Madam Mayor, Jeanette Amanda McCarthy.
For safe social distance. Mr. President. Good evening. It has been, good evening, yeah. It has been almost 1 year living with the pandemic. Our thoughts go out to the 119 residents who lost their lives due to COVID-19. I'd like to have a moment of silence to honor them at this time. Our prayers are with them and their families. Losing a loved one is always difficult, but during the pandemic, it was much worse. You are not alone. Thank you to the nurses, doctors, first responders, supermarket workers, mail carriers, public works employees, clergy, funeral directors, teachers, city employees, bankers, and all other essential workers who have risked their lives and provided us with comfort, care, and services during this unprecedented pandemic. Your dedication was and is outstanding. Thank you also to all the volunteers who helped so many people. The police, fire, ambulance, and auxiliary personnel risked their lives during the pandemic by just responding to people in need, not only in the beginning when not much was known about the virus, but right to the present. Thank you all and the 911 staff who assisted them. I would like to thank the numerous individuals and businesses who generously donated supplies and money for food for those impacted by COVID-19. You're the best. I would like to thank the service groups, including the Lions, the Rotary, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Waltham Women's Club, and the nonprofits for your help during this pandemic. I know how difficult it is for parents and grandparents and extended family not to see their children, their grandchildren, and family. Many sacrifices have been made. Thank you for doing your part to keep yourself, your family, and your community healthy and safe. Despite those hardships, the good in people came out. Thank you for checking on your neighbors, friends, and your community. In the beginning of the pandemic, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts tasked local boards of health and local officials with the responsibility of implementing the COVID orders and advisories emanating from the state and federal governments. Fortunately, in Waltham, in addition to the Board of Health, we have an actual health department. Director Michelle Feely, Assistant Director Tom Prianti, and their staff did yeoman's work during the pandemic, as well as their regular inspection duties. They responded to 500 business and citizen inquiries and requests for enforcement and education, and also conducted thousands of contract tracings through the director, the city's public health nurse, and private contracted nurses. Through a collaboration with the town of Weston, Waltham's public safety personnel were vaccinated. Working with AFC Urgent Care, we were the first in the state to offer COVID-19 testing. When the health department's order from vaccine from the state never came in, AFC Urgent Care contacted me again and helped to provide vaccination to seniors, despite the scarcity of the vaccine. Recently, the state has determined to shift the distribution of vaccines away from cities and towns to mass distribution sites in the state. The Health and School Department and the Council on Aging are ready to distribute vaccines in the future if the state provides vaccines to the local communities. But right now, to get a vaccine, you have to call 211 or to go on the state website, vaxfinder.mass.gov. The closest site is the Natick Mall, which opened today. According to President Biden, eventually there will be enough vaccine. I know how frustrating this is to all. In the interim, we will continue to work with community partners such as Hannaford Pharmacy, AFC Urgent Care, and other local pharmacies and partners when they get vaccine. One of the most vulnerable groups were our seniors. Council on Aging Director, Mary Beth Duffy, and her entire staff daily service more than 160 seniors in the Meals on Wheels program. The staff and volunteers provided emotional support and virtual exercise during the pandemic by Zoom and on Waltham Cable TV. Educational programs and support on how to cope were also featured on Zoom and Waltham Cable. Every senior who was a member of the center received well-being calls and, as needed, follow-up calls. They also made and delivered hundreds of masks to seniors in need. Emergency food was delivered to hundreds of seniors who were afraid to go to the grocery stores. COA staff continues to support the seniors and their family members. The senior center staff has been very instrumental in assisting local pharmacies and urgent care facilities in the actual scheduling of vaccination appointments for seniors. But right now, as I indicated to you, we have to wait until there's more vaccine. And I'm not ever sure that we'll get any. The Waltham School Department, through then Superintendent George Frost, and now Brian Regan, Superintendent, and Food Services Director April Lyles, and her staff, along with the school custodians, made sure every child who needed a meal received one, even with the risks of the pandemic. From March to June 2020, 60,243 breakfast meals and 84,413 lunch meals were provided to Waltham students. The Boys and Girls Club also played an important role as well. Facilities Director John Pinzone and the school custodians and school nursing director Patty McCaffrey made sure that the schools were safe every day. Many teachers worked extremely hard on the remote learning to make it successful, but we all need and long for in-person learning. Both the children and teachers lost so much over the last year. Another department that really stepped to the plate during the pandemic with this unprecedented demand for technology was the IT department, the Information Technology Department, in both the school and city. IT Director Donnie O'Coin and his staff, along with Pedro De Leon and Susanna Summers in the school department, very quickly had to meet the demand for virtual meetings, virtual classes, and virtual municipal and school meetings, and an increased demand for computers. They had to do the coordination and implementation, for 29 departments in the city and for thousands of school children and staff. Unfortunately, some school orders never arrived from the suppliers. Once things return to normal, those skills and technology utilized will probably still be part of government and schools going forward, even with in-person learning and in-person meetings, due to the convenience in bringing people together. The Waltham High School project is in the most difficult stage to endure, the blasting. We are monitoring it daily. I have authorized additional blast surveys to accommodate neighborhood concerns and well beyond the legally required 250 feet from the blast zone. Bulk blasting is scheduled to be twice a day, Monday through Friday, until the middle of August. There is detailed information about the project on the school department's website under the Waltham High School section, including weekly schedules, claims procedures, and a virtual walkthrough of the new high school. Another department of unsung heroes was the Consolidated Public Works Department, who made sure that life continued to go on in unprecedented weather conditions. We had 3 separate microbursts in the city. The forestry, cemetery, and street departments came through and cleared the citywide destruction. Despite early snowstorms, they still picked up the frozen leaves and got it done, even when they were short-staffed due to COVID. They made sure the rubbish and recycling were picked up, not knowing what the rubbish might have contamination. Use masks, use gloves, etc. And they continued to respond to citizens' concerns and requests all through the pandemic. The water and sewer crews continued to respond to house calls. Thank you to Mike Chasen, Stu LaCrosse, and their entire team for fielding all the calls and doing the work. Thank you also to Easy Disposal. CPW helped enormously with the Moody Street outdoor setup and breakdown for the restaurants and businesses. They were also a big help to Miriam Michelle and the Healthy Waltham food distributions, which came more often with the pandemic. Unlike other cities that shut down all projects and building construction, we did not. In the early weeks of the pandemic, I worked with some city councilors, building, fire, wires, law, and health departments, and we came up with safety protocols and procedures regarding obtaining permits and inspections during the pandemic. These were put on the city's website so that homeowners' projects and projects on 128 could proceed within safety guidelines and with modifications. I felt the worst thing to do was to shut the local economy down. Why? Because there would be more people out of work. City projects also continued, including the Recreation Department's Cornelia Warren Playground Project and the Fire Department's Moody Street Fire Station Project. Thank you to Chief McGinnis and Director Abruzzi. Assessor Frank Craig and Treasurer Tom Magno were asked to come up with a plan to allow taxpayers to delay paying their taxes. They did, which provided some temporary relief to taxpayers early in the pandemic. Both the assessors and the treasurer's staff, including Assistant Treasurer Martin O'Malley and Business Manager Suzanne LaCava, continue to perform their regular duties. City Auditor Paul Centofanti, Assistant Auditor Ginny Bergen, and their staff were tasked with formulating a budget to address the revenue shortfalls. They did. However, we are not out of the financial woods yet. The city's auditor's office is also handling the administration of the CARES Act reimbursements. They continue to perform their regular duties as well, including Kathy Ionetta, who stayed until everything was done. The city auditor was instrumental in obtaining significant savings in the Waltham High School initial bond authorization, $6.5 million savings. The city's boards and commissions, including the Zoning Board of Appeals, the Conservation Commission, the Board of Survey and Planning, and Historic Commission, continue to conduct their businesses by Zoom. The Building Maintenance Department was charged with disinfecting all buildings and making all office areas safe. Thank you to Mike Legault, Darren O'Coin, and the custodians. In July 2020, I received a complaint of health and safety hazards at City Hall from the Department of Labor Standards. After review of my May 26, 2020 mandates and work schedules to the department heads, DLS determined that everything was in order at City Hall. Several Black Lives Matter groups conducted peaceful protests on the Waltham Common. The largest was a walk from the high school to Leary Field. Even though he was retiring, Police Chief Keith McPherson undertook a review of police policies and procedures with his staff and made changes to them. He also spoke with various individuals and was a key participant in the Freedom Team, a group chaired by Jameel Adams, Dean of Students at Brandeis University, who deal with racial injustice issues. Chief McPherson retired last week after 41 plus years of dedicated service to the Waltham Police Department. He was a great chief and a great person. He will truly be missed by the department, by the city, and by me. Superintendent Brian Regan is working on anti-racism, diversity, equity, and inclusion issues in the school department. He is working with a group of the community individuals as school individuals. Emergency Management Director Bernie Mullen distributed masks, worked with MEMA, and assisted with MEMA reimbursements. City Engineer Bob Wynn and his staff worked on capital projects and mandatory reports to the state and federal governments to keep the city on schedule with the consent decrees. Human Resources Director Kristen Murphy was responsible for processing local unemployment claims. Unfortunately, the local, state, and federal governments discovered that that process was fraudulently compromised. Not just in Waltham, the state and federal governments are investigating these issues. Purchasing agent Joseph Padula and his staff made sure that the bills were paid during the pandemic. He worked on several green energy projects. Joe retired this month. We wish him well. Wires Inspector Tim Kelly did an outstanding job setting up, wiring, maintaining, and taking down the tents on the common for displaced persons. Tim also continued to issue residential and commercial permits and perform inspections during the pandemic, including by modified methods and in-person methods. So he used both safety methods and in-person. He and his staff worked tirelessly on the outdoor Moody Street setup and transformed the holiday lights, and decorations last year. I would like to thank the Community Day Center and Chaplains on the Way for taking over the operation of the Warming Center. The city assists with funding on the weekends. Thank you very much. Library Director Kelly Linehan and Recreation Director Nick Abruzzi and their staffs worked hard to virtually bring their programs to the public. Thank you both. The Law Department attorneys worked on their assignments. Attorney Luke Stanton really stepped to the plate during the pandemic and worked with the Health Department and my office on a host of COVID-19 issues, including community compliance. Traffic engineer Michael Garvin and his assistant, Lisa Gerlach, and their crew worked tirelessly with the Traffic Commission, the Ward 8 and 9 councilors, and my office on transforming Moody Street for restaurants and businesses. He also worked with Eversource to finalize the pole relocations for the Totten Pond Road intersection project so that project can proceed. Licensed commissioners, Wayne Brasco, Kevin Ritzie, Ken Summer, and Darlene Wansebis worked with restaurants and the ABCC at the state to allow the use of Moody Street for outside dining. We were the first. Thank you for all your work. They also made sure that the annual license training was completed and licenses processed with fire, building, and wires departments. Veteran Service Officer Mike Russo serviced the needs of veterans and the needs of the License Commission. Last but not least, the city's housing division of the Planning Department processed $270,000, $150K initially, and then $125 in city funding, and $1 million in community preservation funds for rental assistance for 500 households. The city council, early on in this process, passed that measure. Most of that money went directly to landlords. 1.19 million in CARES Act funding for rental assistance, small business grants, and social service agency grants are currently being processed. The original 150,000 city money for rental assistance was the first in the state to offer rental assistance at the beginning of the pandemic. The city of Framingham called me and asked for the particulars. We are about to get another $600,000 of CARES money for rental assistance. Early in the pandemic, housing worked 7 days a week and after hours to process these applications to provide relief for those in need. I want to thank Bob Waters, Deb Flanagan, Colette Casey Brenner, John Shirley, and Mary Figueroa. The Housing Division also worked on the Ward Avenue landfill project, a $4,195,000 million environmental cleanup in process for a future reuse. Planning Department worked on the rail trail and the grants. I would like to thank my staff and all of the employees. I would like to thank Colette Casey Brenner and Abby Ald and my guests who made my weekly pandemic updates to the public possible. There were many difficulties during 2020, but we worked together. For the future, we have a lot of projects in process, including ward councilor projects, and this city council wants to get things done, as do I. I now ask City Council President Paul Brasco to deliver the state of the city for the legislative branch. Mr. President, thank you.
Madam Mayor, my fellow colleagues, and citizens of Waltham. Thank you for the opportunity to join you for the state of the city and speak to you on behalf of the legislative branch, the collective body that represents the many voices of our citizens on the city council. We are the people's voice for our great city. We are proud to say that the state of the city is strong. Some may find that difficult to understand during these unprecedented times. For reasons beyond our control or even understanding, our country, state, and city faced a healthcare crisis unlike anything in our lifetime. With your administration's leadership, hard work, teamwork, commitment, and dedication, along with your department heads, who work so hard for the citizens of Waltham, we are able to endure the financial and economic impact of this pandemic. It was through years of fiscal responsibility, Madam Mayor, and with this council that we were able to overcome such challenges. On behalf of the City Council, we thank you and all of the hardworking men and women who work for the City of Waltham on a daily basis. In good times and in bad, the citizens of Waltham have always joined together to help one another and rise to the occasion. Our strength has always been in our people. The City Council looks to continue to work with you, Madam Mayor. We wish to continue the communication, cooperation, commitment to the community as we move forward to address all the needs that we face together during these challenging times. We are a unified body in our common goal and achievements. Together, we will make Waltham stronger and even better than we were before the pandemic. We as a City Council look forward to working with you on so many issues. The Fernald School, the new Waltham High School, new public safety facilities, real affordable housing opportunities, Piety Corner, 128 Corridor, and other traffic infrastructure projects, the rail trail, and most importantly, assisting local businesses and the citizens of Waltham that have been deeply impacted by this pandemic. Just about a year ago, the City Council left this chamber at City Hall for what we thought would be a 2-week pause. Unfortunately, that was not the case, as we all know now. Although the members of the City Council and the clerk's office never paused or stopped working hard on behalf of the citizens of Waltham, we adapted as most did and overcame the challenges of meeting remotely. We continue to stay focused on the hard work that lies ahead to make Waltham even better than before. On March 1st, we will return in person to do the people's business right here in the chamber. We will take every precaution necessary to keep the members and the citizens of Waltham safe while conducting the city's business. We are 15 people made up of many different backgrounds and political philosophies. This body, as small as we are, can be a voice of unity and an example for other elected officials to watch and follow. A voice of hope that carries loud and clear a message that by working together, we accomplish great things. After all, we are the Watch City, the city to watch. We are Waltham. Thank you all. God bless. Vice President McMenamin moves to adjourn the special meeting of the Waltham City Council on Monday evening, February 22nd. On the motion to adjourn, all in favor say aye.
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 Oppose or object? The Waltham City Council stands in recess. We'll pause for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Paul, it'd be nice to every other department in the city thank them. My people managed 3 elections through a pandemic.
I'm doing the audio by mistake.
我觉得是。
哎，这下
Mr. Bazai, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you. I can see you now.
Now, are you going to be using this chair? Okay, so we'll adjust this for you. I think that's the here. And that's basically Joe handles who speaks, and all you have to do is just speak.
Okay.
So if something happened, you need to get back to the meeting. So the password, like all the information is there.
Perfect.
Just in case you lose power and whatever.
Hopefully we won't lose power.
Well, yeah, that's the only thing. Besides that, it's the same thing, like you're up there. You are on.
Okay.
Joe, is everything okay? You can,
Oh, you guys are 100% live right now, so.
perfect.
I'm
Okay.
just gonna step into the clerk's office just for a moment to,
they can hear
I'll
you.
be right back. We'll begin.
Okay.
Okay.
I gave you the script. It's on the dais.
Yeah. Okay, that's better. The Waltham City Council will come to order. We will come to order remotely on Monday evening, February 22nd, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. The meeting can be followed on the Public of Waltham YouTube channel. It also can be followed on the Waltham Community Access Corporation channel 43 for Verizon subscribers, channel 98 for Comcast subscribers, and channel 15 for RCN subscribers. Clerk, call the roll.
George A. Darcy III.
Present.
Karen Dunn.
Present.
John T. Durkee.
Present.
Kathy Ann Harris.
Present.
Joseph P. LaCava.
Present.
Anthony LaFosse.
Present.
Randall J. LeBlanc.
Present.
Christine A. Mackin.
Present.
John J. McLaughlin.
Present.
Kathleen D. McMenamin.
Present.
Patrick J. O'Brien.
Present.
Jonathan Paz.
Present.
Thomas M. Stanley,
Present.
Carlos A. Vidal,
Present.
President Paul J. Brasco.
Present.
All 15 councilors present.
All members of the city council are called by the clerk and answering present are participating in this meeting remotely. All rise while the city clerk recites the council prayer.
Almighty God, we ask thy guidance in all our deliberations. Please remain standing while the city council president leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
Indivisible, with liberty and justice
Justice
for all.
for all.
Please remain standing while Councilor Durkee lead us in a moment of silence for our veterans.
Thank you to all our service members serving overseas, especially those in Iraq and Afghanistan. Now we pray. You may be seated. Non-procedural votes taken by the city council in this remote meeting will be taken by a call of the roll. Council McMillan moves approval with regards to the minutes of the meeting of February 2021. With regards to the minutes, wish of the council.
Move to approve.
Council Paz makes a motion to approve the minutes. On the motion to approve, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose or object. Okay. Council McLaughlin makes a motion, waives the reading of Rule 86. On the motion to waive the reading of Rule 86, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose or object. Clerk, call the first special public hearing, 1725 street opening.
In accordance with section 17-25 of the general ordinances of the city of Waltham, this Waltham Recreation Department petitions the city council to open Newton Street, the vicinity of the intersection of Cutter Street, in front of the McDonald Playground.
Anyone wishing to speak in favor of the petition, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of the petition, please state your name and address for the record. Is there anyone on the line for that?
Nick Abruzzi is here from the Recreation Department.
Mr. Abruzzi, you have the floor.
Just good evening, everyone. Thanks for allowing me to be here this evening. I hope all is well. With the improvement project close to beginning at McDonald Playground, we appeared tonight to request lifting the moratorium on Newton Street. This will allow the contractor access to connecting the splash pad without interruption to the project once it begins. The moratorium is set to expire in October of this year, so we're asking to have it lifted a few months earlier to allow for the necessary work. I appreciate your consideration to this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Abruzzi. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the petitions, please state your name and address for the record. There being none, anyone that hasn't spoken that would like to be recorded in favor of the petition, please identify yourself by giving your name and address. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the petition, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the petition, please state your name and address for the record. There being none, would anyone like in opposition to the petition, please state your name and address for the record. There being none, anyone wishing to speak in a neutral capacity, seeking only information from the petitioner, please state your name and address for the record. There being none, close that part of the public hearing, open the public hearing up to questions by councilors.
Mr. President,
Council Paz.
Mr. President, through you to the petitioner, thank you, Mr. Abruzzi, for joining us tonight.
Sure.
Could you speak a little bit about the work that is about to happen on Newton Street?
McDonald Playground is going to go under renovation shortly to improve the conditions of the park. We'll be redoing the spray park or splash pad, basketball court in a new playground area with accessible rubberized surfacing, in addition to new plantings for shade, and we'll have the normal amenities that we have at our parks, which is the trash receptacles, pavilions with picnic benches, and similar to what we've done recently at other parks.
Thank you. Approximately how long will this project take?
It depends on the weather, as quickly as it can get started, they're going to based on the weather. Most contracts, and this one is 180 days. That's complete.
No way.
Will you be taking down any trees by any chance or removing anything of that?
Yeah, we'll be taking down trees at the park, but we're also planting, I believe we're taking down 7 trees and we're planting 45. So there'll definitely be plantings and shade put back into the park.
Okay. That's it for me.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Councilor Paz. First time around, Vice President McMenamin.
I thank you for that. I received, and I don't know who else received, an email today from a neighbor who was concerned about the 4 trees that overlooked the playground. Mr. Brucey, as you know, with all the other playgrounds that we have renovated in the city, after neighborhood meetings, both pre-construction and I mean really pre-construction, pre-planning, which formed the plan, and then pre-actual construction, we always took care to make sure that the amenities that the neighbors wanted were either replaced in total or else not removed at all. So the 4 trees that are down there are really, I think, are the only trees that provide shade. Are there canopies there as well?
With the project, there'll be shade pavilions like we have at other properties that we've recently done, covering picnic tables, and at the spray park splash pad like we have now. And again, we're gonna have 45 or so more trees planted in shade as well. So we do have the canopies.
I assume not saplings. I assume they'll be of a decent length.
Yes.
Okay. That's good. I think that will address the neighbors' concerns. Thank you.
Yeah, just to let you know, we did have a site meeting with the tree warden just to make sure that what we were doing was in line with what he thought was correct with the tree. And he indicated those trees were on his list anyway. So.
Very good. Thank you very much. Would you think you get one other thing? Do you think with this, if we waive the street opening, which really this public hearing is a 1725 public hearing, do you think if we waive the time for the street opening that ground will be broken for this construction year?
We're actually hoping in the next couple, as soon as the weather clears, we're hoping to move forward. So as soon as the weather allows, we're shooting for start to construction at both McDonald and Thompson.
Wonderful. Glad to hear that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. First time around, Councilor Vidal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to Mr. Abruzzi, thank you for being here tonight. Looking at the design or the plans that you sent us a copy of, and I'm noticing that the area or the section of road affected is very small compared to the overall size of Newton Street, correct? You're on the you're going to be on the park side that you're going to be digging up, correct?
It's right across from the park on Newton Street, correct?
Okay, so based on that little box that you have there, the top part of the page, does it says section of road affected? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, so part of it shows as being on the sidewalk and part of it on the road, correct?
I think they'll have to go through the side. I mean, I can look at the actual plan, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna have to go through this. That's all gonna be dug up anyway, just because the spray park connections all have to be reconnected onto Newton Street. So that's gonna be impacted.
Okay, all right. And how, so you're planning to do the 1725 as soon as the weather gets better, correct?
We're planning on doing the project as soon as the weather allows.
Are you going to be doing this before the project begins, or is this going to be kind of the
Oh,
same?
no. This is all part of the project. We just didn't want to get into the middle of the project and then come for council's approval at that point to delay the project. That's why I'm just trying to do it proactively.
Will there be any sort of traffic concerns, as Newton Street is a busy road morning, afternoon, and evening? Because this is, I think this part of Newton Street is the one that goes, what I believe is goes northbound, I believe, right?
It goes up and down to High Street, down towards River Street. Well, we have police detail included in our budget, which we'll obviously consider for that. But it is a small area that in talking to the consultant, he didn't think it would be a huge impact to the traffic, but we will have detail money available to make sure the traffic flows.
It seems like only one side of the road or the street will be affected, or will both sides be affected in this case?
I think one side of the road is going to be affected, but I think there is something that says if we open up one, we're supposed to go all the way across to the other side. So
Okay.
that's why we'll make sure we take care of, all requirements.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Those were all my questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Council Vidal. I believe I saw first time around Councilor LeBlanc's hand. Councilor LeBlanc?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Through to you, the director, Mr. Abruzzi. Just a quick question. Can you take us through, so it's a street opening like the councilor at large from Ash Street spoke on. So it's just a small opening that you're making water connections. Is there any electric connections? And just take us through how,
What we're asking for this evening is to open the street to tie into the water. It's a 4-inch water connection in Newton Street. We consulted with our engineering department to get their opinion on what would be the best way to approach it, and they felt Newton Street was the best option. So that's why I'm here tonight.
Thank you for that. Is the street opening going to be open and have a steel plate on it overnight until they pave, or what's the duration of time?
Yeah, Chip, it really depends on the size and the magnitude. Like at Graveston in the past or different places, we have had steel plates. Sometimes they can get the work done and have it covered and paved over in a short period of time, not requiring that. So it really just depends how quickly they can get the connection made.
All right, and they'll adhere to the 1725 paving requirements, correct?
Yep.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. Second time around, Councilor Paz.
Mr. President, I've checked in over this project. I feel very comfortable with moving to approve this matter without committee reference.
All right, council, I have to close the public hearing and then I'll come back to you for that. So second time around, Madam Vice President.
I was going to ask the procedure exactly as the counselor from Ward 9 did, in order for us to expedite this evening, and I don't think there's any need to send it to a committee.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
You're welcome.
Further questions by councilors? There being none, is there any further questions by councilors? There being none, is there any rebuttal in favor of the petition? There being none, is there any rebuttal in opposition to the petition? There being none, close the public hearing. Councilor Paz makes a motion to suspend the rules to act on this matter without committee reference. On the motion to suspend the rules to act on this matter without committee reference, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose or object? There being none, Councilor Paz makes a motion for approval of the 1725. On the motion for approval of the 1725 for the Waltham Recreational Department on Newton Street, clerk call the roll.
George A. Darcy III.
Yes.
Karen Dunn.
Yes.
Sean T. Durkee.
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris.
Yes.
Joseph P. LaCava.
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse.
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Dean A. Mackin.
Yes.
John J. McLaughlin.
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin.
Yes.
Patrick J. O'Brien.
Yes.
Jonathan Paz.
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley.
Yes.
Carlos A. Vidal.
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed.
By your action, you've approved of the 1725. Clerk, continue with the next public hearing, grant of location.
NStar Electric Company doing business as Eversource Energy, a company incorporated for the transmission of electricity for lighting, heating, or power, desires to construct a line for such transmission under the public way or ways hereinafter specified. Your petition appraised that after due notice and hearing as provided by law, the city council may by order grant to your petitioner permission to construct in a location for such a line of conduits and manholes with the necessary wires and cables therein, and said conduits and manholes to be located substantially as shown on the plan made by Thibault dated January 13th, 2021, and filed herewith under the following public way or ways of the city. Felton Street southerly from pole 100/1 at Moody Street, a distance of 40 plus or minus feet of conduit.
Anyone wishing to speak in favor of the petition, please state your name and address for the record. I believe Mrs. Carroll is on the phone for this.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Maureen Carroll, and I'm here on behalf of the Eversource Company, and I'm here on a petition tonight. The petition is on Felton Street. It's going to be southerly from pole 100/1 at Moody Street. It's going to be a distance of about 40 feet of conduit. This is to provide electric service to 99 Moody Street.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the petition, please state your name and address for the record. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the petition? There being none, would anyone like to speak or just state your name and address for the record in favor of the petition? There being none. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the petition, please state your name and residential address for the record. Speak in opposition to the petition. There being none, would anyone like to just be recorded as being opposition to the petition? State your name and address for the record. There being none, close that part of the public hearing, open the public hearing. Is there anyone looking to seek information in a neutral capacity from the petitioner in the city council? Anyone looking to seek information in a neutral capacity? There being none, close that part of the public hearing, open the public hearing up to questions by councilors.
Mr. President.
The Ward Councilor, Councilor Paz.
Through you, Mr. President, to the petitioner, could you kindly just re-explain what's the purpose of this project so members of the public can understand?
Okay, so we want to provide electric service to 99 Moody Street. It's a new development. So basically we go out, it's going to be a piece of conduit. It's going to be coming from pole 100/1 on Felton Street. And it's going to feed, we put the conduit in, put the cable in, and then we make the connection, and it's for the new electric service for 99 Moody Street.
Okay.
It's underground service.
Yeah, if you can just walk me through how this will look like on, because it looks like it's nearby the intersection with Moody Street. Will you do any digging on Moody Street, or will most of this happen on Felton?
No, all the digging's going to be on Felton Street, and it's going to be at the corner where the pole 100/1, and it's going to be directly across the street to 99 Moody. All the digging will be on Felton Street.
Approximately how long would this project take?
To put the conduit, a couple of days.
Okay, it's just a very busy intersection, so I'm just curious if that would produce or create a lot more traffic.
Normally, we have to get a police detail so they can maintain the traffic flow.
Okay. I did talk to Mr. Kelly from the wires department, and he expressed some concern about potentially digging too deep. There seems to be a lot of old water pipes underground, like 4 feet underground. How deep do you plan on digging to get this done?
Okay, so I did get a call from the city from Mr. Kelly, and he did explain that there is a water main on Felton Street that was just put in a few years ago. The water main is not that deep. We normally go down about 36 inches. So there was a concern about us digging from there. So they did ask us if we go actually see if there's another way to feed this customer. So we actually had a site meeting out in the field with our engineer, designer, and the customer. We could go overhead from the pole on Felton Street to a pole on private property that would still feed the customer. However, the customer was concerned because he did say he got a special permit from the council. Within that special permit, it entailed going underground with the conduit. Normally with the special permit, he said you cannot change it at all. So again, we decided to come tonight. There is another option to feed them, but it would be up to the city council. They'd have to amend the special permit and let them put a pole on private property.
Right. I just wonder if going overhead's also like the best decision. I'm not sure. But how would you mitigate risk, potentially not breaking any water lines?
Again, we do a dig safe to find out what's out there. And again, we'd be out there with the dig safe. But again, it was just asked if we could do another way. And there is another option. It's the overhead to put a pole on private property where there was a concern with the water pipe. Therefore, we would not be digging at all. So there would not be concern about a water pipe being dug up.
Right. So like, let's say like in a worst case scenario, how long do you think this project could be extended for if you do have any difficulties underground?
If we're gonna go underground, it'll probably only take a couple of days to put the piece of conduit in. We'd have to pull the cable through it and make the connection at the pole. So the underground job would only take a few days to do overhead, put a wire from pole 1, and then we put the pole right on the customer's property, which we've already talked to the customer about, then we make the connection.
Right. That'll be it for me for now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Counselor. Further questions by councilors?
President?
Mr. President, I think myself and
Sorry, I
Vice
had,
President McMiniman had her hand, and
Thank you.
I'm next. Good.
I had my hand up.
Okay, Vice President McMiniman, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So I need to understand, I think I need to understand a little clarification here. We have a second public hearing related to the same site coming up after this public hearing, and the second public hearing is related to Verizon, and I assume the wires and cables related to Verizon. Am I correct? Through you to either the clerk Waddick or clerk Vizard.
Yes, Counselor, if through you, Mr. President, this is it's the same area. It's a different utility, but they have filed a request to withdraw their petition.
Yes, I know that. And that's so, and the reason they're withdrawing is because I read the email thread between Assistant Clerk Vizard and Ms. Levesque from Verizon. The reason they are withdrawing is because they will be connecting aerially. Does that, can you tell me, did any of that dialogue have anything to do with the depth of the trench that they were going to have to go into on Felton or on Moody? Do you know?
I wasn't involved in that dialogue, Madam Vice President. Perhaps the Assistant Clerk was. I can't answer you.
I believe they withdrew in response to the comments from the city departments, from the feedback from the city departments.
And the feedback was the same feedback that was given to NSTAR Electric?
Yeah, basically verbatim, because it was the same thing, that they were recommending an overhead connection.
So just so I have this straight now, so the same comment that the two utilities are going to, each of course are separate utilities, but they are going to do construction work in order to accommodate the new residential dwelling at the railroad track on Felton and Moody. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the two utilities are going to do that. However, both of them inquired of the city, and the city gave each of them individually its response. The second public hearing is not going to be held because they've decided to go aerially. And the reason they've gone aerially is based on the comments from the city. But now, Ms. Carroll, I understand, so NSTAR is going to continue to work through a trench instead of connecting aerially? Is there a possibility that your utility could change that?
So basically what happened is just what you said. We petitioned for the conduit. After a review of the city, we did get a phone call. Just they were concerned about the water main. Is there any other way you could do it? Again, we had a site meeting. We can go overhead to a pole. The customer at 99 Moody was very concerned because they said they got a special permit from the city council. When they get a special permit, it entails going underground. So the customer was more concerned, I can't change the special permit unless it gets amended by the city council. So therefore, that's why we are here tonight. We had a petition for conduit. We do have a plan B. If the city council wants to amend their other special permit to go underground, we can do aerial, no problem.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President and the two clerks and the chairman of the Rules and Ordinances Committee, I guess my question would be is specifically in the language of it, and I was on the council when that special permit was applied for. Is there specific language in that permit? And we probably don't know that tonight, but I think it needs to be researched to see if there is special language in that special permit that tells the petitioner they have to connect aerially, that language is in the special permit. If it's not in the special permit, then I think that there is room here to suggest that perhaps they might want to connect through an aerial connection. So that little bit of conflict affects both of these special permits and both of these utilities. So I've asked my questions, and perhaps whatever committee this is going to, they will be able to research the language of that special permit. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. It is going to go to the License and Franchise Committee, and I'm sure that they're going to have to ask the law department or the clerk's office for the actual decision that was granted by the City Council for the special permit. Next on my list is Councilor Vidal, Chairman of the License and Franchise Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thanks, Madam Vice President, for all the questions. Actually, I was going to go over that part because I do have several questions regarding the aerial or the below ground scenario, because I also got copies of the emails. So, Mr. President, what I'm looking to do here, because I have the emails from Mr. Nguyen and Mr. Kelly, and I would like to, I don't know if this could be done at the end or right now, make a motion for these two gentlemen to appear at the next License and Franchise Committee so we can have a direct from them to exactly give us more of their statement on what we could do with this particular scenario. If they think the aerial scenario is the best way to go about it, then we need to look into the special permit then.
Councilor Vidal, I would have to, when I close the public hearing, I'll come back to you, and that can be a request. And you can make that in the form of a request at the end of the close of the public hearing.
Will do.
So I'll come back to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Vidal. Next on the list is Councilor Fossey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the petitioner. The only question I have, you said that there was going to be a detail for the construction concerning traffic on Moody Street. Felton Street is a one-way. Numerous businesses on that road, some with large trucks, some with smaller trucks. How will they be impacted if it's a two-day project requiring trenching? And what's the plan to not negatively impact them?
So what happens when we go out to do a job, we get a street opening permit from the city. In there, it will detail the hours we can work, get a police detail. The police detail, they'll do the workflow. We don't shut streets down. So they could have one lane open. It is a one-way street, but usually when we put the conduit in, we don't put it all in at the same time. So they dig a little, so they could plate it, put the traffic flow. That would be up when they get the police detail.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councilor. Further questions by councilors? There being none, is there any rebuttal in favor of the petition? Any rebuttal in favor of the petition? There being none, is there any rebuttal in opposition to the petition? There being none, close the public hearing. Councilor Vidal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a request to have Mr. Tim Kelly and Mr. Robert Nguyen to appear at the next License and Franchise Committee meeting, which is next Monday, and I'm imagining it'll be in person, so we can have a conversation about the particulars on this particular grant application, and then we can go from there. If I want to make that motion, please.
You've all heard a sense of the motion. On the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose or object? There being none, the request is approved. The matter will be referred to the License and Franchise Committee. Clerk, continue with the next public hearing, grant of location. Thank you, Maureen.
Thank you.
Verizon New England, Inc. requests to lay and maintain underground conduits with the wires and cables to be placed there and under the surface of the following public way or ways as requested in the petition of said company dated 11th day of January 2021. Felton Street, place 1 4-inch conduit approximately 50 feet from existing pole 100/1 located on the northerly side of Felton Street in a southeasterly direction to private property located on the southerly side of Felton Street. The petition is necessary to accommodate new construction. Mr. President, we have a letter or an email from the petitioner requesting leave to withdraw this petition.
Councilor Vidal makes a motion to accept the late file communication. The motion to accept the late file communication. All in favor, say aye.
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 Oppose or object? If the clerk would read the leave to withdraw from the petition.
Okay. The email is dated February 18th, 2021 from Karen Levesque to Assistant City Clerk Joseph Vizard. Based on the comments already received, we would like to withdraw our petition. We will also be connecting aerially. Thank you, Karen.
On the motion to leave to withdraw without prejudice. On the motion to withdraw without prejudice, clerk call the roll.
George A. Darcy III.
Yes.
Karen Dunn.
Yes.
John T. Durkee.
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris.
Yes.
Joseph P. LaCava.
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse.
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin.
Yes.
John J. McLaughlin.
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin.
Yes.
Patrick J. O'Brien.
Yes.
Jonathan Paz.
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley.
Yes.
Carlos A. Vidal.
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed.
By your action, you have approved of the withdrawal without prejudice. Clerk will continue with the next public hearing, grant of location.
The National Grid hereby respectfully requests your consent to the locations of mains as hereinafter described for the transmission and distribution of gas in and under the following public streets, lanes, highways, and places of the city of Waltham, and of the pipes, valves, governors, manholes, and other structures, fixtures, and appurtenances designed or intended to protect or operate said mains and accomplish the objects of said company, and the digging up and opening the ground to lay or place the same, to install and maintain 1,250 feet of new 8-inch main extending from the existing 8-inch PL main in Lexington Street in front of 670 Lexington Street, going southeast to the front of 554 Lexington Street, on-site main extension, the installation of approximately 1,200 feet of 6-inch PL main extending from the existing proposed 8-inch PL main extension in Lexington Street to the on-site property of the proposed new Waltham High School. Add a 2-inch stub for future structure at appropriate location, the installation of approximately 100 feet of 6-inch PL service extending from the proposed 6-inch PL on-site main to feed the new high school.
Anyone wishing to speak in favor of the petition, please state your name and address for the record. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of the petition?
Good evening. My name is Mary Mulroney, and I'm here on behalf of National Grid, 201 Rivermore Street, West Roxbury, Mass. Good evening, councilors.
Good evening.
National Grid respectfully requests to install and maintain approximately 1,250 feet of new 8-inch main extending from the existing 8-inch plastic main in Lexington Street in front of 670 Lexington Street, going southeast to the front of 554 Lexington Street. On-site main extension, the installation of approximately 1,200 feet of 6-inch plastic main extending from the existing proposed 8-inch plastic main extension in Lexington Street to the on-site property of the proposed new Waltham High School. Add a 2-inch stub for future structure at the appropriate location, the installation of approximately 100 feet of 6-inch plastic service extending from the proposed 6-inch plastic on-site main to feed the new high school.
Is that the extent of your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you, Mary. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the petition, please state your name and address for the record. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the petition? There being none, would anyone just like to speak and be recorded in favor of the petition by stating their name and address?
Yes, I would, Mr. President. Ronald J. Sincotta.
Mr. Sincotta, if you just state your name and address again for the record.
My name is Ronald Sincotta, 20 Cooper Street, Waltham, Mass.
Thank you.
I'm in favor of the gas company putting the main down, but the only thing is when they apply for the permit, I'd like to see the thing paved, from curb to curb for the 1,200 feet.
Thank you, Mrs. Zangata. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the petition? Speak in favor of the petition. Anybody want to be recorded in favor of the petition by just stating your name and address? There being none, would anyone like to speak in opposition to the petition? Anyone like to speak in opposition to the petition? State your name and address for the record. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the petition? There being none, would anybody like to state your name and address in opposition to the petition? There being none, anyone want to come forward in seeking information in a neutral capacity? State your name and address for the record. In a neutral capacity. There being none, close that part of the public hearing. Open the public hearing up for questions by councilors. Councilor LaFosse.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the petitioner, Mrs. Mulroney, good evening, and thank you for coming in. This project is kind of like on the border between wards 1 and 2. Obviously, there's a lot of concern from constituents. My first question is, has this been coordinated with the school building committee as far as regards to construction at 554 and connecting into that property?
I would imagine that the City of Waltham engineers and our engineers have already spoken about that. And that would also be included in the permit when we applied for it.
Because some of the concerns that I have is obviously there's a lot of motion going on right now. And what is that going to do? How's that going to impact Lexington Street traffic on a daily basis if we're digging that up as well as sending multiple trucks in and out of that site at the current time? So I don't know if we can address that a little bit further or if there needs to be additional conversation.
Well, upon getting the permit, then the police department, the details, the permit says what we need for police details. We're not allowed to shut down the road exclusively. So we have to maintain it to stay open for the residents and emergency personnel.
Okay, as far as the timing on this project, assuming that it does get granted, do we have a scheduled time for it to begin?
Again, the engineers from National Grid, along with your engineers, would probably pick the time, but I know National Grid would be willing to do it as soon as possible.
Okay. And then the last concern that was already mentioned by another person on the call, as far as the paving and sidewalks, I know that Lexington Street is going to go through major construction and changes, but National Grid will be putting the road back to its original state along with the sidewalks upon completion of the conduit.
Yes, after the installation of the gas main, National Grid would restore anything that they damaged, yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions at this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to Ms. Mulroney. Good evening. Hi.
Good evening.
Hi. Couple questions from my point of view and the point of view of Ward 2. How are the residents going to be impacted? Will they have trouble getting in and out of their driveways into their homes? Will there be a loss of gas service to their homes or any other utilities during this construction period?
No, it's all coordinated with the on-site crews. And again, it's done in increments. So there'll be no loss of service. If people need to go in and out of their driveways, all they have to do is actually speak to the crew that's on the site, and they'll make sure they can get in and out. If they're on vacation, they just notify the foreman on the job, and they'll work around that.
Great, thank you. The utilities that are the gas main that is being put in for this project, this conduit, will there be homes also that will attach into this main, or is this strictly just for the high school?
I believe it's strictly for the high school. I'm looking, but I believe it's strictly for the high school, but I'm not sure if they're gonna tie over.
Okay, so but the reason why I asked too is that there's, can you explain or walk us through what the 2-inch stub for future structure is? Is that the school or is that another structure? It's a little unclear.
I believe that would be on the, I'm guessing on the school site, like if they added, I don't know, I haven't seen the plans for your school, but like if there was maybe a rec center or another building that was going up in the future, it would already be on the site. If they're putting it in, I would say that it's already been discussed.
May I ask you, discussed with engineering or
Yes,
with?
discussed
Okay.
with engineering. Like,
Okay, so we should check with them on what that is for. What about, is there a construction laydown area? Will there be any trucks or any materials needing to be stored temporarily?
I know there shouldn't be, but if there is, they would ask the engineer where would be the best place to put it, and that would be it, but usually not, no. There's never, yeah.
What about, the counselor from Ward 1 had brought this up, but Lexington Street has seen a lot of construction over the years. Is this project being dovetailed in any way with the new intersection needs that are going to be future needs for the high school? It'd be great if they could be done at the same time or close to the same time to minimize disruption. Has that been discussed?
I think the engineers have discussed what their plans are, but as far as along with us, I'm sure there's going to be the water and other, like maybe the Eversource might be in the ground as well. So we're just trying to get in to do our part so that it's less disruption.
Okay, so that would be up to engineering too, to sort of manage the all the utilities at once, so that we're not digging and undigging and digging and undigging.
Well, I don't think we can't work together. I mean, we can't work, with the water, like in the same trenches or anything like that. No, so it has to be separate.
Okay. And what are the hours of construction from your point of view for so we can let the neighbors know when this work will be?
Well, if it's a residential neighborhood, then it will be determined in the permit that's issued by the city of Waltham, and they usually pick hours between the day, like 8 to 4:30 or 9 to 2, whatever suits the city.
Okay. I believe those are all the questions I have right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Councilor. Next on my list is Councilor Vice President McMillan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Ms. Mulroney.
Good evening.
So I have a number of questions looking at the schematic that we were given, 2 pages of schematic. And I'm fairly familiar with this location, not so much for the high school, but with the fact that there's an island that goes between Jack's Way and the entrance to the Y that I'm pretty sure National Grid dug up a couple of years ago. And they actually, this was several years ago, from that project at the time, we had a great consternation about the number of simultaneous projects that were going on by National Grid all over the city. And we didn't really have a master plan from National Grid regarding what they were doing and the coordination of their effort around the city, because we were getting plans one at a time. What amazed me at that time was that the reason they were upgrading the pipe, which is about 200 feet north of what I'm looking at here. If you look at the second rendering there where it says Jack's Way or the access road, either one, doesn't matter. One says Jack's Way, the other one says the access road. But what amazed me at the time was that we were told that the gas that was provided for Forest Street and the President's House for Bentley University at Forest Street and Azalea Road, that gas came from this source on Lexington Street. So there's a main, you can see it on the rendering. There's a 6-inch, number 60 gas line that goes right up the access road. That is the dominant source of gas for Forest Street. Now, what I'd like to know here, because our engineer has asked 2 questions. He wrote to our city clerk, assistant clerk. Here are a couple of comments. Sorry for the delay. Number 1, we don't have the latest high school Lexington Street utility, including water, sewer, drain changes. This is under design, and we assume National is coordinating with the designer SMMA. So number 1, I'm assuming this is it going to the licenses and franchise?
Yes, it is, Madam
Okay,
Vice President.
so I'm assuming that that's a question that the chair or someone on that committee is going to verify, that there is a definite coordination between National and SMMA. And I'd like to know where in the mix our own city engineer is involved or is not involved, and why not. But his second question to us is, National is not showing the existing 8-inch line abandoned. So I've looked at this rendering here, and you can see that there are other customers along Lexington Street that get their gas. You can see where they are, some of the houses. They get their gas on either side of Lexington Street, both the odd and the even, from this line. So there's going to be an abandonment of the 8-inch line, and a new, I guess it's a new 6-inch line is going to be replacing that. But our own engineer says there is no description on our pages here of that 8-inch line abandoned. So therefore, when the new line is put in, there will now be 3 gas lines in Lexington Street, and with no rendering here as to what's happening with the abandoned line. And we are likely making Lexington Street water and sewer upgrades in the future. That will also be for the new high school. And the extra gas line will cause additional congestion in an already congested street. And I'm sure he doesn't mean vehicular traffic. What he means is under the street there is a lot of work, a lot of infrastructure work underneath. So he's looking to make sure that National is going to connect to the end of the new line and abandon in between. So I think that's something else that the Licenses and Franchise Committee has to perhaps even bring Mr. Nguyen in to verify exactly what it is he wants to see done. And so I'm just encouraging that to happen. Do you have any comments to that, Ms. Mulroney?
No, I don't, because that would, exactly what you said, that would be at their level, the engineer level, and I don't have any comments to that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So I think, thank you, Mr. President. I think that the chair, I can see the chair for LNF has heard what I've had to say, and I'm sure he'll make sure those questions get asked since I'm not on that committee. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. First time around, the Chair of the License and Franchise Committee, Council Vidal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, thank you, Madam Vice President, for those comments. I was going to go over that, but I'm glad you did. And I will be making a request at the end. But meanwhile, I have a few questions to Ms. Mulroney, through you, Mr. President, to Ms. Mulroney. Did you get the previous speaker was referring to 2 letters, one letter and 1 email. Do you have a copy of those 2 letters, of those 2 documents?
Of what documents?
There's a document that was sent by the Director of Public Works, Mr. Chatham, on January 26th. You have a copy of that?
Yes, I do.
All right. What about the email copy that was sent from our city engineer, Robert Nguyen? Do you have a copy of that email as well?
I I believe I do.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so those are, again, those are I definitely share the concerns that the previous speaker, Madam Vice President, stated regarding the questions that were there. And again, I will be making a request to have Mr. Nguyen and even Mr. Chasen to come to the License and Franchise Committee next week. But the question that I had for you was, I'm looking at the design that you gave as a 2-pager. It's kind of split, then you kind of put it together like a puzzle. There is a part that I'm looking at. There is a point in which this proposed 8-inch gas main crosses the street, correct? It goes from one side of the street and crosses over to the other side to catch up with where the new high school is going to be, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, that area over there, as it's crossing, based on what you're showing me here, is right across, well, a couple of residential properties right there, but I'm also seeing a bunch of different, based on the design, there's another gas line there, there's a sewer line, I'm sure there's a water line there somewhere. Would this crossing the street or crossing the road, would that have any sort of effect, or have you already had this conversation with our engineer department and our CPW director about the location of them, whether or not this is actually doable, or is that the right place where you need to cross, or could it be done sooner, or this is the one they recommended for you to cross?
This is the one that came recommended, and it was reviewed and discussed, so.
Okay. So it is safe to say that is crossing the street at that particular juncture, it's okay, nothing catastrophic is going to happen as you do that, because again, I'm seeing that you're going to be going either over, or I mean, you're going to go over these lines that are there at this point, correct? Or is it under?
Well, we don't, there's encroachments that get involved as well. So that would be the city engineer, National Grid's engineer, the crews that are on site, they all work together to make sure that everything is safe and above board.
Okay, all right, good to know. Thank you very much. Again, thank you, Ms. Mulrooney. Again, Mr. President, at the end, just reach out to me because I need to make a request to have a few folks come to that meeting next Monday to make sure everyone's there to be able to cover all these questions, all these inquiries. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Further questions by councilors?
Mr. President?
Councilor Blank.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Through you to the petitioner, Mulroney. So I see it's
Hello?
I think you're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Mrs. Dean. So I see that there's 1,200 feet of gas main, and it's a 8-inch that comes down, and then it stubs on to what is the proposed, I would guess, the high school, and then it continues down. So are they splicing into this main, or are they replacing it in its entirety, or is this a new branch line that's just going to service the new high school?
They're extending it, so it's extending from an existing 8-inch main, and it's coming down into 670 Lexington Street, going south to 554 Lexington Street.
Thank you. That answers that part of my question. Mr. President, is there it says the road was paved in, I think, 2017. Is this going to require a 1725 in addition?
If it was paved in 2017, the moratorium wouldn't be up by now. It's 5 years, so.
Okay, so would there be additional, through you to the petition, I guess, would they be coming in for an additional 1725 street opening? Or is that at a later date?
It's probably going to be discussed later, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Second time around, Councilor Dunn, I see your hand up. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Something occurred to me that a neighbor had brought up on Lexington Street. In front of 670, there is a National Grid pole with a solar panel on it. And that panel he's mentioning that it's getting increasingly bigger, and there's more requests to put like a permanent fixture there. Can you speak to that and whether or not that fixture could possibly be moved to the site of the high school instead of in front of a private home?
That, I believe, is a different department as far as what we're here petitioning tonight, but I will gladly reach out, and I'm going to make a note of it for someone to speak about the skater box and see. It's at 670 Lexington Street, you said, right?
Yes.
And see if it can be relocated while we're doing this work.
Correct.
Good, yeah. Yes, I'll request that.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions now. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Further questions by counselors? There being none, is there any rebuttal in favor of the proposal? Any rebuttal in favor of the proposal? There being none, is there any rebuttal in opposition to the proposal? Is there any rebuttal in opposition to the proposal? There being none, close that part of the public, close the public hearing. Councilor Vidal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a request I would like to invite the Public Works Director, Mr. Chatham, for our next meeting on Monday for the License Franchise Committee to kind of want him to go over this particular grant of location and his comments on the letter that he sent, and also for Mr. Nguyen to be there as well. And I also would like to make a request, and perhaps you can help me, who I should be asking, because I'm looking for someone from the high school, someone from SMMA, or someone regarding the engineering when it comes to the design of the high school, to let us know, to perhaps can follow up with Mr. Nguyen regarding the questions that he had. Do I make a request from, I don't think it will be the superintendent, I imagine it will be somebody else, correct?
School Building Committee, member of the School Building Committee. The architect.
I imagine an architect, right? An architect will be the most ideal person, I think.
Sure.
All right, so we'll make that request, and I'm sure they can definitely send that over to whomever they think is the appropriate party within their team there. So that's my request, to get Mr. Nguyen, Mr. Chatham, and someone from the designing team, an architect perhaps, that can meet us next Monday for the License Franchise Committee meeting.
You've all heard it since the request. On the request, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Oppose or object? There being none. For the matter, the License and Franchise Committee. Clerk, continue with a special permit hearing.
Joseph Veneria, doing business as Anthony Veneria and Sons Landscaping, Inc., 44 William Street, Waltham, Massachusetts. Petitioner in Liang Realty Trust, Joseph and Beverly Veneria, trustee, 44 William Street, Waltham, Massachusetts, 02453. And Veneria Nominee Trust, Joseph and Beverly Veneria, trustees, 44 William Street, Waltham, Massachusetts, 02453. And Joseph Veneria individually, 44 William Street, Waltham, Massachusetts, 02453, collectively owners, hereby petition the City Council for the necessary special permit pursuant to the provisions of Article 3, Section 3.5, subsections 3.512, 3.641, and 3.642 of the zoning ordinance of the City of Waltham to grant a special permit for the use of a portion of the locus as shown on the site plan for a yard waste transfer station and organic product storage on the property known as 44, 44R, and 56 William Street and 114 Felton Street, Waltham, Massachusetts. The properties are shown as follows on the atlas pages: 44 William Street, Waltham, 59373, 44R William Street, Waltham, 59373C, 56 William Street, Waltham, 59371, and 114 Felton Street, Waltham, 59373B. The property is situated in a commercial zoning district.
Rule 85, prior to the commencement of a public hearing for a special permit, the presiding officer shall make a public statement explaining that the members of the City Council shall refrain from expressing an opinion in favor or against the matter under discussion at any time during this public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of the petition, please state your name and address for the record.
Am I being heard?
Yes. Yes.
I want to be sure my Zoom is okay. My name is Richard Michaud. I am counsel for the petitioner. And instead of calling all the different names at the end of these, I'll just say on behalf of Venaria collectively. I will tell you that these properties are all going to be combined into one. And because one of them is a registered land, I have to go through the land court to deregister it. And then all of these will be combined into one lot, just for the record. So I want to.
So if you would just state your address for the record.
I am sorry. I live in Newton, Massachusetts at 130 Elgin Street, and my law firm is in Boston, Massachusetts, Burnkoff Goodman at 2 Seaport Lane in Boston, Massachusetts.
Thank you, Attorney Michaud. You may continue.
Thank you. And with me tonight, as you can see, is Joseph Venaria, some members of his family. Ronnie Sunkata has assisted us, and so has Brett Francis, his local counsel. It's been a long journey to get where we are. But let me say that what we're seeking to do here is basically have a transfer station, which is a modification of the existing business that's there now. What is there now is a landscaping and snow plowing business. Joe, if I may refer to him just as Joe Venaria, I'll call him Joe for here, basically has been doing the city snow plowing, for example, for at least 10 years and will continue to do so. However, because of economic conditions adverse last year and COVID, et cetera, the business, which has been around for 81 years, started by Joe's grandfather, has been substantially scaled down in size in 2020. So much so that the business model will be and consistent with what he has for employees, which total 30. And what will happen in this situation is 5 of them will be basically working the transfer station, and the remaining 25 will be doing the snow plowing, snow removal, and landscaping work on a much scaled down basis. It's just the way it is. Now, the background to this, by the way, goes back a long way, and I don't need to get into history, it's late, but it goes back to the 30s when his grandfather started this business. The current location, I hope you're all familiar with it, is on Felton Street. For the main entrance, it's a 60,777 square foot lot, basically 1.4 acres. It's in a commercial zone. Its main entrance is on Felton Street, and there's a side entrance for the office on the dead-ended 44 William Street. The property is bound by a commercial lot to the east, William Street to the west, Felton Street to the north, and the MBTA commuter rail tracks to the south. There's a curb cut that's been there for scores of years on the Felton Street. It's about 60 feet wide. It used to service Arc Welding, which was the former site owner. It had big equipment, super snow blowers and the like, and it remains the same. There are 2 buildings. There's a concrete building in the yard for truck storage, and there's a small office building that's separately accessed from William Street. The parking that we propose is on the plan that's attached to our petition. The parking is for 25 spaces. We were following what we understood the principle is on parking, which is a 2-to-1 ratio, employees to parking spaces. So with the 30 employees, it would technically require, if you will, 15 spaces, and our proposal is for 25 spaces. And where is that parking? If you come in off of Felton Street on the right, there are 8 existing spaces. They are there now, and they will remain. On the William Street side, where the office is, there are going to be 8 spaces, including 1 handicap space. Those spaces are basically existing now. And then inside the enclosed lot, it will be another 7 spaces, 9 spaces facing south toward the railroad tracks and also west. These are all shown on the plan, but big picture, all parking will be on site. There'll be no off-site parking, and we have plenty of parking for that. And we will not exceed the 30 employees. We'll stipulate to that. Now, what's going to happen here is, assuming we get this, is that it's going to be supplying landscaping materials to landscapers and organic waste materials that will be transferred off-site. So for example, grass cuttings will remain on the site no more than 48 hours and will be removed. The products will be inorganic materials, crushed stone, gravel, sand, kid-safe sand that's used for playgrounds and the like. And the organic materials are different kinds of mulch, basically stored in segregated concrete bins in the enclosed and fenced yard area. And there'll be one bin or so for the grass cuttings, again, to be removed off-site promptly. We have gone down the road to get here, meaning that we've had 2 traffic studies. We've had a special permit granted for the past use, which is in effect. We have gone to conservation. We did before for the other variance, for the other project, which was the truck storage. And we've gone back to them as well to get an amended order of conditions so that they are going to be satisfied with what we're doing from a conservation perspective. What triggered conservation is the backside of the lot is within the 200-foot range of the river, and so care has to be taken to make sure that drainage is appropriate. We have a rather elaborate drainage system proposed. It was presented the first time and reapproved for this order of conditions that have been amended. It includes catch basins. I think there are going to be 8 of them throughout the paved lot where all this takes place. So the water will remain on site and be taken care of. And we went through all of that very carefully with conservation. There's the Howard Stein Hudson traffic study, the one that was done last July, issued a conclusion that basically says, quote, no mitigation is required to accommodate the traffic generated by this business. So there's no negative impact. Again, this is all going to be a self-contained situation. Our hours are going to be 7 in the morning. People will come and go, and starting 6 in the morning and ending at 7 at night. We think by this reduced operation scale of business essentially enhances the site in terms of safety, congestion, traffic, and the like. Because again, the business which once had 100 or so employees is now going to have a maximum of 30. So it's a scale back business. We need your help. It's the time of COVID, the time of adverse economic conditions. The Menaria family has been in this business for over 80 years, and they want to make a go of it as they can. And this is an amended business model to help them do that. And we would, in short, appreciate your help. I could go further, but I think in the interest of brevity, I'm going to stop.
Thank you, Attorney Michaud. I just want those that are listening to this public hearing just to bear with me. I'm using 2 computers and I'm going to try to identify people as quickly as we can as far as speakers, but I do have to scroll through a list of 41 participants. So anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this petition, please state your name and address for the record. Anyone else speaking in favor of the petition, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Council President, Ronald Sincata.
Yes, Mr. Sincata, you have the floor.
I live at 20 Cooper Street, Waltham. This project I've been following, helping Joe with his engineers and the environmental people that he had on the project. He has an elaborate drainage system that's being put in for stormwater management, and no water would ever leave the site. And he keeps a nice, neat yard. Everything's clean, and I think it would be a good asset for the city also to, bring some of their material that has to be, taken off site, and then it can be, recycled and, according to the Commonwealth of Mass laws and stuff with the way dumping is nowadays. So I think this project would help him out immensely since the COVID came and he has to reduce his landscape company because, there isn't much work out there anymore. And he has to move on to, different avenues to keep himself alive. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Sincata. Anyone else wishing
Thank you.
to speak in favor of the petition? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the petition?
Robert Cates.
Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Robert Cates, 10 Gale Road, Newton, Massachusetts. I would like to speak in favor for Joseph. He has done a spectacular job on the property that is there now. He has cleaned it up. It's a beautiful property right now. He has limited the amount of trucks that are in and out of there. There's very few trucks from what was there before. I think it's going to be a win-win for the city and for the family. Family has been here many, many years. They've done nothing but good for the city. I'm an abutter. I do not see any problems with what he has planned.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the petition? Please state your name and address for the record. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of the petition? Anyone not wishing to speak in favor but would rather be recognized in favor of the petition? All you have to do is state your name and address for the record. There being none, is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the petition? Speak in opposition to the petition. Please state your name and address for the record. Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the petition?
Yes, sir. I had trouble with my mute button. My name is Diane McElligott. I live in Sharon, Mass. At 100 Maspog Ave, but I own the property at 24, 26, and 28 Williams Street. My concern with this particular project, I agree that the site is in, it's well maintained and in good condition, and I've had no objections to the previous special permits that were, requested over the past year or so. For the increased parking and so forth. But this particular project, being that it abuts a residential area, my main concerns are odors and vermin associated with the storage of organic materials. It was specifically mentioned that by the attorney that grass cuttings would be some of the materials stored there. Anybody who composts knows that after 2 or 3 days, that grass has a very intense, kind of offensive odor to it. My building, I can see the property, it's probably maybe 100 feet away. And that would certainly not be an enhancement to the quality of life in the neighborhood. The second primary issue that I have with this is this type of material is a paradise for rats. I have not had a rat. I've owned my building for 18 years, and only in the past couple of years with the additional construction occurring near the center of town, as I think is well known throughout Waltham, that the rats have decamped to other areas of town. I'm just getting them out of under control now. And this kind of a project would be an invitation for that kind of activity to increase to a point where it will not be controllable. And I've got a clean building and I have nice tenants, and this gives me an incredible stress that, to have that kind of a situation in what was once, very nice residential street. We're right on the border, we're close to the river. I also want to note that this project, although it is in the commercial district, it's also in the riverfront overlay district. And the emphasis on that, the objectives, the long-term goals, is to really open up that area and make it more of a neighborhood, if I can, pull a particular word from the description. And this is going in the opposite direction. And so, to sum up again, in the interest of brevity, but these concerns shouldn't be taken lightly. They're storage of other materials is fine, but the organic products truly is a problem.
May I respond?
No, you may not at this time.
Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. McElligott. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to the petition? Speak in opposition to the petition. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Yeah, hi. This is Anil from 23 William Street. So I think the project is not either residential friendly nor environmental friendly. So I don't think that's a good idea to do that.
Thank you, Anil.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to the petition? Speak in opposition to the petition. Those not speaking in opposition but wish to be recorded in opposition to the petition, you may now state your name and address for the record. Anyone that would like to state their name and address for the record as being in opposition? There being none. Is there anyone wishing to speak in a neutral capacity, seeking only information from the counselors and the petitioner? Please state your name and address for the record in a neutral capacity. There being none, close that part of the public hearing. Open the public hearing up to questions by counselors. Counselor Dunn, you have your hand up.
Mr. President.
Yep. I'm sorry, Counselor Paz, you are the ward counselor, but I don't see your hand up, so I apologize.
Well, my apologies, Mr. President. Through you to the petitioner, thank you again for joining us this evening. If you could just briefly explain the impetus behind this special permit.
Well, yeah, the emphasis behind, let me address the issue, and I left something out perhaps that would hopefully meet the concerns that we've just heard. First of all, there's only going to be one grass cutting bin. It's located to the far easterly side of the site. That is the furthest away
We'll get to that portion. I plan on asking those questions. Just
I'm sorry.
For members of the public who may not understand what you're proposing, if you could just quickly explain what is the goal that you seek with the special permit.
The goal is to be able to continue on a much reduced scale the existing business of snow plowing and landscaping, with again only 25 employees doing that. And the other is to service landscapers to come in and buy inorganic material and mulch organic material, and grass cuttings, which will be left, will be removed within 48 hours. So there will be no lingering grass cuttings on site. We in fact are in negotiations to purchase an off-site facility in New Hampshire, but in any event, all of the grass cuttings will be transported within 48 hours. And if it's rainy or anything like that, they will be tarped. So precautions will be taken to make sure there's no odor floating over there, because it will be removed within 48 hours. And if there is a concern, I would just say this: if there is concern about vermin or rats, we have no problem entertaining some kind of periodic inspection and proposal. We have none of those there now, and we don't foresee that. No one has told us that would happen, but we'd be happy to address it. And we take the concerns raised seriously. This is the first I've heard of it, but we anticipated the odor issue by virtually by agreeing that we took this up with Conservation Commission and made clear that we're going to have this stuff removed within 48 hours. There's only a short period of time in the spring, generally speaking, where grass cuttings are significant. Otherwise, it's minimal. So we do not see an odor problem coming to the lady who owns the property. Again, it's on the other side of the lot, and it's temporarily going to be stored there, but gone within 48 hours.
Right. Just, you jumped ahead of my line of questioning there, but, you would just, as you mentioned, you would characterize this as an an attempt to survive the economic downturn, right?
That's right. Yeah, that is right. It's an attempt to survive the economic downturn. As we got into this, as I said before, this business has been run by Joe Venaria, basically with up to 100 employees to do the work. We now have 30 employees to do the work, and the trucks that were once there are kind of gone for the most part, and the whole business is scaled down. So this is a way to basically use the lot with a sort of an adjacent use, if you will, to be able to have this product on site and then basically sold to jobbers in the area, and including kid safe sand and mulch and inorganic material. So the only concern that I've heard would be addressing the issue of mulch, but they're going to be stored in concrete bins on site. They'll be monitored, and I do believe it will be a safe and quiet operation, much less than it used to be.
How far away would you say this mulch would be stored from a residential area, from an actual residence?
Yeah, I mean, I think the residential area she's talking about is along the I believe the William Street side of the property, and it's the opposite side of the 1.4 acre parcel to the east, where that bin is, i.e. it is the furthest away possible where that storage of that material would be. The mulch is going to be stored on the basically southerly side where the railroad tracks are, and then beyond the railroad tracks, the park and the river. So, and then the inorganic material will also be stored on that side as well. So we've taken as much effort as we can to locate products in a way that works, away from the non-conforming residential uses.
Right. So these concrete containers, they're known for suppressing odors.
No, but the odor, I think I suggest that the only worry about the odor is the grass cuttings, which decomposes. The other stuff won't, but we can tarp it, and that sort of thing, because they're open containers and they'll be moving. The product will be coming in, will be going. The inorganic material will be not a problem to anybody because it's, stone and all and that sort of thing. But the mulch will be there in these containers, and we can tarp them if necessary. I think I would defer if Joe could perhaps handle that for you as an answer, because he's the guy who's doing it. But that's my understanding. Again, the main issue was grass cuttings, and we foresaw that. And again, that's the furthest away from the property that she's talking about as far as we can go with it. If we don't have this business, the problem is this business may die. That's the problem. And
yeah,
that would be thank you.
If I can just segue a bit into the trucks. What kind of trucks do you intend to use? How will they be able to turn into the street, and will they have to back out at some point? Sure.
In the traffic study that was presented from last July, we made sure we addressed the issue of maneuverability. There are some large trucks that will be there, but that's a minor part of the business. These are smaller trucks that be able to. There's a plan attached to this traffic study that addresses specifically the maneuverability, and I think it works like a U, where you go in and then you turn, and then you go back out. But it'll all be through the Felton Street 60-foot wide entrance.
Right. So how often will you pick up the refuse, and will there be any pickups on the weekends?
The Conservation Commission, in the amended order of conditions, laid out very extensive requirements about how we pick the place up and keep it clean, and we've stipulated to all of that. And just so you know, the city is not charged. We have a private trash disposal service, so we're not using the city services for that. That has been true now and will continue to be so. But we have very strict requirements about keeping the place clean that are embedded in the Conservation Commission report conditions.
Right, and just in that line of questioning, I have a few more questions. I'll wrap it up. But just in terms of environmental concerns, could you speak to the drainage system that you plan to use?
Sure, it's an extensive drainage system that we put in place when we got the first permit, as a plan to be done. It hasn't been done. And then when we got this new project along, we said, well, you know what? Let's make sure that the Conservation Commission is content with what we were doing before. So we went back with them with the same plan, and it passed muster, if you will, with conservation. And it includes on the plan, as you may see, 9 catch basins scattered about the property, and they require these elaborate things they put underground so it contains the water. It's going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, actually. And so it's an elaborate system, drainage system on site that has passed muster twice in front of conservation.
Right. And just for my last question, how do you plan to control the noise? Just being friendly to the residents in the area?
Well, I will tell you that it's a fenced-in area, but also I'm not sure how it addresses noise, except that there's going to be 65 shrubs 4 to 5 feet high that are placed on the perimeter. There are 6 trees that'll be on the perimeter as well, so the site will be beautified, if you will, with foliage. That's part of the requirement and part of our plan. So I think it'll be an enhancement in that sense. And again, the loading, the sound, I guess, is loading mulch, but I don't think that it's going to be, only at intermittent intervals in the day. So it's not like an ongoing process.
Understood. And just so people in the public know, you guys have been in business in Waltham for how long?
81 years, 1939, 38. His grandfather started this business, and the site was a site for arc welding by the DePronio family in Waltham for many years. And Joe bought it in 2015. And just historically, so you know, he was led to believe it was in a non-conforming use, and that turned out not to be exactly so. And when I got involved, we settled a whole series of claims with the city, worked very closely with the city law department, and resolved all of that. So that lawsuit against the city went away, and we've been trying to work as cooperatively as we can through the process. And it has been an arduous process, because just to get our permits last time, it took us 7 months to get through the law department. It's just the way it was. It was the time of COVID, and they were backed up as well. So we've been sort of hanging on by a thread, and we're trying to, as I said, stay alive for Joe Venaria and his family.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time.
Thank you, Councilor. First time around is Councilor Dunn, followed by Councilor Blank.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to Attorney Misha. Hi, good evening.
Good evening to you.
You had mentioned earlier that business hours are 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
So are those the customary hours of operation right now, or are those extended hours that are going to happen because of the new business venture?
I think that's where we are. I think that's where we are now. I could be mistaken, but I believe that's where we are now. People, landscapers get up early, and they want to get their product, and they'll be gone, and they'll be off site.
Okay, so that is my question, because Councilor Paz had alluded to the fact that there's trucking on and off. Are there vehicles that have to rev up or idle, or engines running, or is it really an in and out kind of operation?
I believe it's going to be an in and out. Remember, the site used to have lots of large trucks on it for snow plowing, snow removal, and the kind. And in emergencies for the city, when they need to be sanded and plowed, you had to have the trucks going to get out of there. That operation is drastically reduced. So I forgot what the number of trucks is, but it's much smaller. And so there's less noise. And the trucks just go when they need to for a snowstorm. But beyond that, I don't know what to say.
Have you experienced any complaints from the nearby neighbors about the noise or the duration of operating hours?
No, we have not. And we, of course, reached out to the neighbors and offered meetings for the prior set of permits and for this one as well, and put the word out, this is what we're doing. And this is the first time I've run into any opposition, frankly. We even spoke to the tenants that are in these buildings they're talking about. So I'm happy to address them, their concerns, their legitimate concerns. Again, if it's an issue of odor, what I hadn't said was that it was going to be removed. So I don't think there'll be an issue of odor, and grass cuttings can be covered. And I don't think there'll be we certainly don't want rats or anything like it. And we're totally open to putting, some kind of periodic control in there. By the way, our order of conditions require inspections. I think every quarter we started out with half and we agreed, I think they're quarterly inspections. It's whatever the order condition says. So this is going to be, maintained in accordance with high standards.
Sure. And city ordinances allow business work to begin earlier than 7 a.m.?
I don't think there was an issue with that before. So
Okay. Okay. I was under the impression it was 7 to 4, but that might just be for public works within the city. I could be mistaken. I just wanted to clarify. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor. First time around, Councilor LeBlanc.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Through you to the petitioner's attorney, will there be any composting itself on site?
I believe the answer is no.
Okay, and I believe it was one of the concerns of the neighbors. Has this gone to the ZBA at all?
Yes, we have a variance.
So it was approved in the ZBA?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. One question is, excuse me for a second, Mr. President, where is this going to go to Rules and Ordinance?
Yes, this will be referred to the Ordinance and Rules Committee.
All right, and I think we had heard from a couple of concerns from the neighbors. Could you bring in to the Rules and Ordinance, could you bring in a potential rodent plan where if there is trouble, it could be enacted?
Indeed, the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That covers my concerns.
Thank you, Councilor. Further questions by councilors? Further questions by councilors? There being none, is there any rebuttal in favor of the proposal? Any rebuttal in favor of the proposal? There being none, is there any rebuttal in opposition to the proposal? There being none, close the public hearing. Further matter, the Ordinance and Rules Committee. Clerk will continue with the next special permit public hearing.
Thank you, by the way.
Notice is hereby given that the city council will hold a public hearing remotely on February 22nd, 2021 at 7:30 PM pursuant to a remand order issued by the Land Court on November 30th, 2020 with respect to the following petition of Colbia Enterprises LLC applicant for the issuance of special permits related to the further development of 225 Waverly Oaks Road, Waltham, Massachusetts, assessors sheet block parcels R5445, project locus as follows. The applicant seeks 3 special permits under the provisions of Article 3, Section 3.229, Section 3.620, Section 3.634, and Section 5.92 of the zoning ordinance of the city of Waltham, then in effect on September 24, 2018, the date of the prior denial decision issued by the Waltham City Council to permit 1, a combined convenience store and a gas station, 2, a fast food establishment, and 3, reduced parking for said uses. Said project locus is located in a commercial C zoning district.
Anyone wishing to speak in favor of the petition, please state your name and address for the record. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of the petition, please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the City Council. My name is Hamza Chowdhury. I'm an attorney with Adler, Pollock & Sheehan. My office address is 175 Federal Street, Boston, Massachusetts. May I proceed, Mr. President?
Yes, you may, Attorney.
Thank you. Good evening. It is a pleasure to appear before you tonight representing the petitioner, Colbia Enterprises. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this very important project located within the city at 225 Waverly Oaks Road. I would like to introduce the members of my team before we get started. First, I'd like to introduce the CEO of Colbia Enterprises, Mr. Andrew Della Carpini, who's with us today. Next, I'd like to introduce the Chief Strategy Officer, Mr. Larry Coburn. Next, I'd like to introduce the Director of Construction for Colbia, Mr. Michael Gezdako. Next, I'd like to introduce members of AUB Engineering who serve as our experts in this matter. First is Mr. Al Mikhail, who is a registered civil engineer. Second is Mr. Steve Pedro, who is a registered architect. And third is Mr. Richard DeFusco, who's a registered landscape architect. I'd also like to introduce Andrew Arsenal from VAI, who's a registered transportation engineer. And finally, I'd like to introduce my colleague, attorney Danielle Default. Mr. President, members of the City Council, I'd like to give you a brief overview of our presentation here today, and then I'll proceed with the introduction. I will give a brief overview of this case and then offer three witnesses: civil engineer Al Mikhail, transportation engineer Andrew Arsenal, and CEO of Colbia Enterprises, Mr. Andrew Della Carpini. Then I will address Colbia's compliance with the various legal standards. By way of background, Colbia Enterprises is proposing to redevelop an aging existing gas station and convenience store located at 225 Waverly Oaks Road and replace it with a state-of-the-art retail fuel facility, including new dispensers, canopy, and associated convenience store and fast food use. The original structure was built in 1961. The project has been designed to enhance travel, convenience, and security for the employees and patrons while amply accommodating public safety requirements. Moreover, the property will be reconfigured to improve circulation, parking location, and pedestrian movements to and from as well within the property. Finally, the project includes updated site improvements and landscaping. Importantly, a new fully compliant stormwater drainage system will be installed. This project will include updating the site with the latest sensors and technology to ensure safe operation of the gas station. It is important to note that the Conservation Commission enthusiastically supported this project because of the proposed improvements, including the upgraded stormwater management and drainage system. This is of a particular importance because the site does not have stormwater drainage management system as it is, and it is across the street from a wetlands, namely Clematis Brook. The project received approvals from all officials and boards from the City of Waltham, which include but are not limited to the Building Official, Engineering Department, Conservation Commission, Board of Survey and Planning, Traffic Commission, and Zoning Board of Appeals. Colbia worked hand in hand with these officials and boards to co-design this project. On October 15th, 2019, the Waltham City Council voted to further consider plaintiff's special permit petitions and proposed amendments thereto. On November 30th, 2020, the Land Court issued an order remanding this case to the City Council so that the City Council may reconsider its earlier decision on the three special permit petitions after review and consideration of the revised plans and the additional data submitted by Colbia Enterprises. Colbia Enterprises seeks the following special use permits. 1, a permit for combined convenience store in a gas station. 2, a permit for a fast food establishment. And 3, a permit for reduced parking. It is important to note that with respect to the request for reduced parking, the zoning ordinance in place at the time of the denial, which is the zoning ordinance that governs this hearing, and the corresponding case law allow for the counting of the spaces along each dispenser. Judge Spicer, who presided over this case in Land Court, agreed with this conclusion during our status conferences in the court. If the City Council so agrees with this analysis, we do not require a special permit for reduced parking. I wanted to flag that for you up front. At the outset, it is important to note that pursuant to the Land Court's order, as I alluded to earlier, this remand hearing is governed by the Waltham zoning ordinance in effect at the time of the denial decision issued by the City Council on September 24th, 2018. As a result, any amendments to the zoning ordinance after September 24th, 2018 do not apply to this remand petition or hearing. As you will hear in detail, Colbia meets all the standards for the requested special use permits. After 2.5 years in litigation In examining the merits of this case, both Colbia and the City Council agreed that it was in everyone's best interest to have this remand hearing to allow the City Council to reconsider its previous denials rather than proceed with the litigation. We are presented here tonight with an opportunity to end the litigation, significantly improve the site and neighborhood with a modern, state-of-the-art gas station with all the amenities that come along with it. My first witness that I'd like to call is Mr. Al Mikhail to testify about the existing conditions on the site and the proposed project. Mr. President, point of clarification, I've submitted Mr. Mikhail's CV for the record. Would you like to hear about his education and qualifications before he's accepted as an expert in his capacity as civil engineer, or should I proceed?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I respectfully request that we be allowed to share our screens to assist in Mr. Mikhail's presentation.
Assistant City Clerk Vazad, is he allowed or able to do that?
He is now, Mr. President.
Okay, you may proceed, Attorney John.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll wait for the site plan to load.
So can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Fantastic.
Good evening, Mr. Mikhail. Can you go ahead and take us through the existing site conditions as they exist today?
Sure. Again, my name is Alan McCallie, M-I-C-A-L-E. I'm a consulting engineer, professional engineer, working with AUB Engineering. Have been working with Colbia Enterprises, the applicant, for over 25 years, building this exact type gas station. We've done many of these over the last 5 years specifically. This is the type of site that really cries for an upgrade. It's an existing site. You heard it's 60 years old, and it's time to be rebuilt. So we have a lot of positive value-added aspects of this project, and I'll start with just explaining the survey. We're at the corner of Beaver Street and Waverly Oaks Road. The site contains 32,131 square feet. It's in a commercial zone. The site currently maintains a approximately 3,000 square foot car wash building with retail sales towards the front. There's an existing 1,350 square foot overhead canopy above the existing pump islands, and there are two 15,000 gallon double wall fiberglass tanks existing on site today. The site is accessed from Waverly Oaks Road by two driveways. Each driveway is between 50 and 60 feet wide. It has one driveway on Beaver Street. That driveway is 55 feet. So we have three existing driveways, approximately 50 to 60 feet wide currently today. The project itself is an existing lot with an impervious area of approximately 27,653 square feet. 86% of this existing lot is impervious. That means there's sheet flow runoff leaving this site with no system existing, completely untreated prior to exiting across the street towards the wetland. There's a black line through the center of the lot. You can see a dashed line. That represents the outer riparian zone. So that's 200 feet from the bank of the river. Everything below that line is under the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. And we proposed a drainage system that the commission has. They're very much happy with what we're trying to do as far as collecting stormwater runoff. We'll talk a little bit more about that moving forward. See if there's anything else on the existing site plan. There's signage. Well, let's talk about the parking first. We have parking along the perimeter of the site. There are existing 24 parking spaces, and we will reconfigure all that with the new plan. We are going to demo the car wash building and the retail space, completely take that building down. The removal of the car wash provides tremendous upgrades to the site. There will be no on-site queue, no water or icing at the building entrance or exit, no water carry off onto the streets. Even the sewer discharge will be cleaner without the car wash. There'll be no car wash near the wetland, and the on-site traffic circulation at the exit of the car wash, the entrance, the queuing, all that will disappear when we demolish this building. It's a tremendous upgrade to this existing site and the surrounding area, street system, not to have this car wash existing. We also plan to demolish the existing canopy and islands. And if you look at the existing canopy and islands, it's a square tabletop layout. And what happens with this type of layout is that if you pour a one dispenser, you can't get to the next dispenser because there's not enough distance between the canopy, between the islands underneath the canopy to get through. So if one car sits at a far dispenser, nobody can get past in order to get to the next dispenser. So this type of canopy layout is something that we're trying to replace at every gas station. We've done a number of these. This parallel island is the way I describe it. We replaced this with a dive island, which has better visibility and many other benefits that we'll talk about at a later plan. The existing canopy does not cover the entire fuel dispensing area. That is not something that we like to have, especially near a wetlands. The new system, the canopy, will cover the entire fuel dispensing area. So that's positive as well. There are some existing lights along the perimeter of the site. We'll be replacing those with a new lighting plan. There is a long line of trees along the easterly property line as far as landscaping existing today. We are proposing additional landscaping, especially along the street front. We'll talk about that later. Trash enclosure, we're going to be taking that down, the existing trash. The existing building has all public utilities, water, sewer, gas, both to Beaver and to Waverly. We'll be reconfiguring those. Let's see what else we got on existing. I guess just re-emphasizing the black dashed line, which shows the outer riparian zone and the amount of this area that is within the wetland resource area and under their jurisdiction. So Mike, I think that should be good. You can go to the C1 drawing. So if you look at this plan and to get your bearings, you can see that same black line dashed through the site. We're proposing a 3,600 square foot retail Seasons Corner Market. I have worked on many of these. I don't know that you'll find a better client applicant that puts a gas station together. They are the best at doing this that I have seen in my 30 years experience. So we have a 3,600 square foot food mart. It has a 1,480 square foot basement associated with it. We're proposing a new canopy and islands. It will be 6 dispensers, 12 fueling positions, and the layout of this canopy and islands is what I call dive island. It's a much better site for allowing customers to see the open fueling position and enter the site. There's a lot less confusion with this type of canopy layout than there is with the one that we have today. So you have a much better site circulation wise. Now, if you look down in the corner, the existing 2 15,000 gallon tanks, those are both staying. They're existing to remain. They were installed in 2011. They meet all the current and really they are the standard for Cobia even today, 10 years later. So we, we're going to maintain those existing tanks. We will be repiping from those tanks to the new dispensers. So we talk a little bit about the new buildings. The food mart is a major step up in, as far as reducing environmental impact with just retail sales and no car wash. The canopy and islands with new fire suppression system, new covered fueling positions. You have new monitoring and new observation of the fuel dispensers. You have a fire suppression plan going in over the new dispensers. You'll have all the major monitoring equipment under the dispensers, the piping, all brand new. So you're getting state-of-the-art for a fuel operation at this site. There are parking spaces laid out in front of the building. We show 12. There are 2 handicap spaces. We have 4 along the easterly property line. We have 4 on the west side of the building. And we have 5 along at the corner. Now, this site adds approximately 2,500 square feet of green space from the existing conditions. So we go from that 80%, that 86% existing impervious to 79% proposed impervious. That has a major impact on the runoff generated by the site and the quality of the runoff leaving the site. So we're very happy with that improvement. We've been able to add landscaping along Waverly Oaks. And at that point, we'll talk about the driveways. Both Waverly Oaks driveways will be reduced to 30 feet in width. They are both currently at 55 to 60 feet. The driveway on Beaver Street will follow the same path. It's existing at 55. We will be reducing that driveway to 30 feet as well. This will really reduce any confusion or conflicts that you may have at the street system abutting this site. We're proposing new lighting along the perimeter of the property and some on site. We've included a lighting plan for your reference if you want to see the lighting levels at the property line. Along the property line, you'll notice that they're virtually 0 or less than 1 foot candle. The only places where we have higher lighting levels would be at the driveways. Okay, so we have identified snow removal areas on the site plan. They're located in the corner, and basically we designed these to be outside the general travel area of the customers. We have a new screen trash enclosure, which is next to the existing building. That'll be on a concrete mat with a chain link slatted fence. Let's see, roaded driveways. Okay, I just want to reiterate that the new layout has significant upgrades, both environmentally as well as impacts to the city street system and the customers. Tremendous upgrades being made on this particular site. Mike, if we could go to the site grading plan and drainage plan. I'd just like to talk a little bit about what we're doing. Currently, the existing site sheet flows from Beaver Street through the site, Waverly Oaks, and then out. There's no existing stormwater management system on site. We're proposing to collect all stormwater runoff on site, and we're going to filter it, treat it. We're going to improve the water quality with 2 new oil water separators, a series of deep sump hooded catch basins on site, and we'll be infiltrating all the stormwater generated by the property. We're proposing an infiltration system that will collect and discharge both the building and the canopy in its entirety. That will provide for additional infiltration, virtually reducing the runoff from this site to 0. We've done the best we can to collect, treat, and dispose of on site. Mike, if you could just jump real quick to the utility plan, I'll give a quick update on that. So on the utility plan, if you look to the right side of the building, you'll see that we have a series of utility connections all being made out to Beaver Street. We're going to do some work with an overhead existing service, relocate the utility pole because it's near the existing building. We're going to put a new sewer service with a grease trap, 1,500 gallon, with a connection out to Beaver Street. We got a new gas service, which will connect to the stub as well as the electric and the water. So all utilities will be provided for by services on Beaver Street, stormwater management system completely collected and discharged into the ground. And again, I can't emphasize enough about the traffic circulation and the dive island setup. Tremendous upgrade to this lot, this site. Circulation is going to work much better without that parallel type canopy, which tends to log jam these old sites. Let's see, let me just check my notes. Utilities, again, re-emphasizing that the wetlands is across the street and the stormwater management was well received. It's definitely something that we try to do at all these projects for Cobia. They spend a tremendous amount of money, time, and effort trying to make these sites much better than they are today. They make a fantastic neighbor as far as I'm concerned. Okay. Mike, why don't we go to the sign and graphics plan real quick? I'll just give you a quick, just to give you an idea what we're doing on the signage. The site today has a series of small signs all over the service bay building and the car wash. We're removing all the signs on site except for the freestanding ID sign, which is located at the corner of the lot at Beaver and Waverly Oaks. That sign currently is about 135 square feet. We're proposing to reface the sign, coming to an area of 108 square feet. So we're proposing that freestanding sign and one wall sign on the front of the building. This is a pretty small sign package for Colbia. We've really reduced it to try, and I believe what we're doing is conforming with the code, so that no relief will be needed. So basically, that's what we're doing, taking all the existing signage down, refacing the existing ID sign, and installing one season sign on the proposed building. Hamza, how am I doing? Am I missing anything? Hamza?
Yeah, sorry, it took a little while to unmute.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, Mr. McKyle, you did great. That was a great summary. Just to reiterate, the current building on site, it's approximately 3,000 square feet, 2,940 square feet, right?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to reiterate that.
Right, it's a modest increase in the actual building size of 650 square feet. Really, a lot of that building size goes to ADA compliance and restrooms and various things that we put in this building. This building, we like to go bigger. We like to have a bigger building, but we do we do the best we can with the sites that exist. This is about as small as we can go and really maintain the proper, like I say, ADA compliance inside. There's a lot of separation distances that are required in the restrooms. So the building area gets chewed up pretty good, providing very important services to the public.
Mr. McKyle, my understanding is a recent project that Colbia put together in New Hampshire, I believe, was approximately 5,000 square feet versus this one.
That's correct. I've actually worked on a number of them that are larger than this. I was, a little, we do the best we can. We try to do the building, but going any smaller than this, you really don't have a building that can operate, the way they want it to operate with the space they need.
Attorney Chaudhary.
Yes, Mr. President.
I have to interrupt you at this point because under our rules on the City Council, under Rule 86, the first 30 minutes of any public hearing shall be set aside for proponents of the proposal, which you have gone beyond at this moment. The next 30 minutes shall be for the opponents of the proposal, and we shall alternate back and forth throughout. So I shall come back to you after I give the opponents of the proposal an opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
So at that moment, I'm just going to stop. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this petition, please state your name and address for the record. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the petition, state your name and address for the record. Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition? There being none, we shall revert back to the proponents of the proposal. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of the proposal may continue to do so. Attorney Chaudhary at this time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to continue the presentation. Mike, if you could put up the site plan again, please. Thank you, Mike. Mr. McKyle, was there anything else that you wanted to add? Mr. McKyle, you're on mute.
I'm just paying you back. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, I'm fine. I don't have anything else at the moment, but I'm here for questions or anything you need.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. McKyle. Mr.
Sure.
President, I'd like to move on to Mr. Andrew Arsenault, who is our transport engineer. Similar to Mr. McKyle, I've submitted his CV for the record, and I'd like him to testify in his capacity as a civil engineer. Similarly, he would like to share his screen. So if Mike could, all right, great. And Andrew, you can go ahead and share your screen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed whenever you're ready, Mr. Arsenault.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Andrew Arsenault. For the record, my business address is 35 New England Business Center Drive in Andover, Massachusetts. And tonight I'm here representing Vanessa & Associates. We performed the transportation assessments for the project. And tonight I just wanted to give you a very brief rundown of the updates we have made to the project. As noted, the initial transportation impact assessment our firm conducted took place back in May of 16. That report was conducted according to the statewide and industry standards for the preparation of such reports. And in general, we found that the project would not result in a significant impact to motorist delays, and most importantly, could be safely accommodated within the study area based on some recommendations, which I will touch on later. Since May of 16, we have supplemented and expanded the data in a series of revised memorandums, the first of which occurred in January of 2020, and expanded the study area to include the nearby intersections of Waverly Oaks at Linden and Beaver at Warren and Pelham to the west. Now, as part of the January update, we took a more detailed look at the trip generation calculations in order to gather some what I would consider real world information on how a mixed station with a convenience market that also provides fast food, how that would actually operate. We selected a site out in Ashland and we observed the travel patterns at that site. Based on some feedback, we decided to take a look at another site. This one is owned and operated by the proponent, and it's the same exact concept that we envision here. It's down in Johnston, Rhode Island. I won't get into the dry technicals of it, but we developed a trip generation rate based on the adjacent street traffic and scaled that to match the volumes we found here in Waltham. In either case, it is important to note that the project volumes are in general agreement with each other and would not result in a significant change to the findings presented in the prior assessments. Excuse me. That is, efficient operations can be achieved within the expanded study area. Sorry. Finally, and again, to obtain a real-world glimpse at traffic operations, we observed and calibrated our theoretical results based on the existing gap acceptance that takes place at the existing gas station. We presented those findings in a memorandum to the city about a week ago. To summarize that memo, we found that the operations at the site driveways would be expected to operate at a level of service C during the peak periods, which is representative of better than acceptable conditions. I also just wanted to note very briefly, we have not yet gotten a chance to study the volumes associated with it, but I did want to acknowledge the removal of the existing car wash. In general, its removal will help to offset the additional traffic generated by the proposed expansion. And just to wrap up, finally, as I mentioned, I just wanted to discuss the access and circulation recommendations. The first three are very typical of any site, and I would expect them at any project. The last one is site specific, and it's to narrow down those existing driveways. Right now, as mentioned, they were 50 to 60 feet in width. We recommended narrowing them down to the 30 feet. That gives us a whole host of benefits. Primarily, it works to reduce the speed of vehicles entering and exiting. It also defines a more specific space for those vehicles to enter and exit. But most importantly to me, it cuts down on the length of exposure that a pedestrian or a cyclist would have traversing those driveways. If you assume a pedestrian walks at around 3 feet per second, that works out to 5 or 10 seconds less than a pedestrian is walking across an open driveway. Again, I just wanted to provide a real brief rundown on our latest updates with the project. And with that, I'd like to turn back to Hamza.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenault. Could you just speak briefly to the improvements with respect to the redesigned fuel dispensers as versus what's existing today?
Absolutely. As mentioned by Mr. McCall, you know, it prevents a lot of the blocking, and it prevents anyone from having to put their vehicle in reverse to get out of the gas station, which anytime a car is going in reverse, it's very dangerous. So having them single stack instead of that double stack really frees up people to pull in, get fuel up, and leave the site. Not have to worry about blocking or any kind of excess maneuvering underneath the canopy or in front of the site.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenault. I appreciate it. By way of summary, Mr. President and members of the City Council, Colbia engaged in 3 different separate studies as a result of the remand order that was entered by the court. And this was done specifically to assist the City Council with their deliberations here today in order to help them hopefully approve the special use permit. Specifically, we conducted a new traffic analysis of 2 additional intersections, which were recommended by the city engineer during the litigation. And those intersections were Beaver and Warren and Linden and Waverly Oaks. And as Mr. Arsenault concluded, The project will not have a significant impact on any motorist delays or vehicle queuing with anticipated future conditions. Moreover, we conducted a new analysis on, as Mr. Arsenault said, on a comparable gas station to get the numbers that would be associated with a convenience store and a fast food establishment, again, to determine the traffic impacts. And finally, we did a field study specifically focused on Beaver Street and Site Drive to determine how that level would operate. And we confirmed that that would be operating at a level of service C or better. Next, I'd like to move on and call on Mr. Andrew Della Carpini, who is the CEO of Colbia Enterprises, to briefly talk about Colbia's history and experience running gas stations and the positive impact they've had within the city of Waltham. Mr. Della Carpini.
Mr. President, council members, my name is Andrew Della Carpini. Business address is 2050 Plainfield Pike, Cranston, Rhode Island. Just to give you a little bit of a background, first of all, thank you for hearing our petition tonight. I appreciate it. A little bit of background behind our organization, our company. I am the CEO, but I'm also one of the owners of the organization. Father-in-law started the business back in 1956. I joined the business back in 93. He had 2 locations back then. Throughout the years after I joined, we went on an acquisition frenzy, and today we have about 107 locations. 42 of them are seasons. We plan on opening up our 43rd Friday of this week in Randolph, Amazio Drive in Randolph. We had the privilege to buy these sites in Waltham. We actually have the 3 Shell stations. We bought them back in 2010 as a part of a larger acquisition of assets from Shell. And we've operated the facilities since 2010 with the desire of being able to remodel them. Obviously, these facilities, they're not what anybody would call latest and greatest by any means. Concentrating specifically on the 225 Waverly Oaks facility, the car wash is very antiquated. The building itself doesn't lend itself to mobility throughout the store. The islands, I will attest, having been struck by a car backing up out of a gas island at these type islands that are there right now, people don't like to wait. And if the car in front of them is doing something inside the store, their tendency is to back out and try to get out. So these dive islands definitely add and improve the circulation around the facility. Back about 2013, my wife and I decided that we needed to distinguish ourselves to some degree with all the other convenience stores that are throughout New England, because obviously the convenience store industry, for the most part, doesn't really have a great reputation. So we developed the Seasons brand. We picked the colors, we picked the image, we picked the materials, and we started to build it. Our first one was built in 2014. And like I said, to date, we have 42, going to be opening up our 43rd. So we're pretty proud of it. People are starting to recognize the brand throughout Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire now. Some of the items that I want to talk about was the building itself. 60-year-old buildings don't lend themselves to be modified very easily. Something that worked way back then is a challenge trying to work today. Being able to get rid of the car wash, we've removed a lot of car washes at facilities. They were something more common in the old days, but now it really looks like people are trying to develop standalone car washes on much larger pieces of property with vacuums and so forth. So the day of the gas station convenience store car wash probably has come and gone. So we've moved on to provide this new image, this new facility. It is true, our typical footprint is 45 to 5,000 square feet when we're developing these locations, with the co-branders inside, with the space that we need to be able to provide everything. And the one thing that COVID has shown us is that people really utilize these stores as an ability to provide themselves for services and from products. Instead of having to go to large supermarkets and everything else, these become like the local corner markets and are able to provide any products from flour to milk to eggs. So the new facility will have the capabilities of doing all that, where the old one just doesn't have the capacity, doesn't have the square footage inside. A lot of the square footage is devoted to the car wash, so the new one will have the ability to provide more services to customers. With the ability to redevelop this facility, we'll add anywhere between 12 to 16 new positions, job locations, and in an economy that, you know, everybody's looking to try to find businesses that will continue to hire people and expand their work staff. This is a perfect opportunity to be able to look at this and say, great, you know, between the coffee shop that we'll bring in there and ourselves, the ability to operate at a higher level, anywhere, like I said, between 12 and 16. We've won numerous awards throughout the entire country, recognized by Shell Corporate. These locations, the one unique thing that we do is the Seasons brand is something that we own. We don't franchise out the brand. We don't give it to anybody. So it'll be my employees. It'll be my staff. We'll be running these locations. We don't just build something, make it look good, and then go on to the next one and leave it to fall apart. You know, some of the nicest compliments we've had is people refer to our locations as look like parks. So we really spend a lot of money dealing with the landscape, mulch. We have professional landscapers that maintain the facilities. So we really go above and beyond trying to make sure that, you know, we can do as much as we can to have curb appeal. And the last item I want to say is we've tried, when we go into these communities, to be great partners. We've contributed to the Waltham, the Little Leagues in Waltham. We've contributed significant amounts to Mass General, significant amounts to Hasbro's Children's Hospital, because, you know, obviously our responsibility is to give back to communities as much as we can. And obviously being able to build these new facilities will just give us more abilities to continue to contribute to the communities around us. So with that, I'd just like to thank you again for listening to the presentation, and more than happy to answer any questions that anyone might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deli Carpini. My understanding is approximately you currently employ 8 people at 2 different sites in Waltham and 4 people at a different site. Is that correct, Mr. Deli Carpini?
Yes. Yes, it depends on the hours of operations and the staffing capacities.
And as you indicated earlier, with the proposed rebuild, you're going to go from 8 employees to approximately 16 employees at this particular location.
Yes, it'll range depending on full-time and part-time employees. But like I said, we'll probably be adding anywhere between 12 to 16 employees at this facility based on the number of hours of operation for the coffee shops and the facility itself.
Perfect. And then with that proposed rebuild number, you would be employing approximately 28 people in the city of Waltham. Is that correct? You're on mute, Mr. Deli Carpini.
I'm sorry, I would say at least.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all I have for Mr. Deli Carpini. Mr. President, I would like to offer a summary in conclusion. I would like to touch base on a couple of legal standards that we have met, and just for the council's consideration. But first, I'd like to sincerely thank you, Mr. President, and members of the council for your time. First, we've complied with the remand order from the land court. Specifically, we've conducted the traffic analysis of 2 additional intersections recommended by the city engineer, specifically Beaver at Warren and Linden at Waverly Oaks, to provide comparable data from and provide comparable data from an existing gas station with both a convenience store and fast food location. As discussed, both of these studies reflect very positively on the project. As submitted in our application at Exhibit 4, we demonstrated resolution of the Conservation Commission issues by producing a letter from Philip Moser, who's the chairman of the Conservation Commission. The letter states in relevant part, quote, Waltham Conservation Commission determined by unanimous vote at the public meeting held on April 25th, 2019, that conditions number 23AI and 2 are not applicable to this project. In short, there was a question about whether or not there was a typographical error in that, and the letter from Mr. Moser, who's the chairperson, makes it clear that that was a typographical error. Third, we submitted our application, within our application Exhibits 5 and 6, demonstrated approval of the stormwater drainage report by the city engineer. Specifically, we provided the development prospectus, which contains the signature and approval of the city engineer in section 7B entitled Environmental Impact. Moreover, we attached an email from the city engineer, Wade Putnam, dated August 1st, 2017, stating that, quote, all items have been addressed for this project with the exception of the required plot plan with offsets, dimensions, bearings, and distances. As a result, this is evidence that the city engineer approved the stormwater report. Finally, the stormwater report was reviewed and approved when Colbia obtained its Conservation Commission order of conditions and the Board of Surveying and Planning curb cut permit. Moreover, we submitted a statement of beneficial interest at Exhibit 7. And furthermore, we submitted a summary of the public benefits of this project, which sets forth the numerous ways and the health and safety positive impacts to the surrounding community and neighborhood. And all of those, some of which you've heard today, and all of which will come true if you approve this project. We submitted plans that were re-signed by our registered engineer, which show the square footage of each proposed use inside at sheet A1 and A1.1. We have revised the plans to ensure compliance with the sign ordinance, as Mr. McKyle stated, and that's at sheet SG2. We've provided the appropriate number of disabled parking spaces, and you can find that at sheet TK-1. We've shown on the plan that we have the appropriate amount of trees as required under the zoning ordinance at sheet L-1 and the appropriate lighting on the project and the lighting description. Finally, as we have discussed, we've reduced the size of the driveways from approximately 60 feet to 30 feet as requested previously by our traffic engineer and as supported by the city council. Next, I'd like to address how we've met the standards for issuance of the requested special use permits. We have demonstrated compliance with section 3.531 to ensure that the project is designed to minimize any detrimental effect on adjoining premises and the general neighborhood as follows. We propose redeveloping an aging gas station and convenience store and replace it with a modern, state-of-the-art retail fuel facility and with new dispensers, canopy, and associated convenience store and fast food use. As discussed, we're going to install a brand new stormwater drainage system, which will protect the adjacent wetland, which is Clematis Brook, and will be eliminating noise and traffic by removing the car wash. We've demonstrated compliance with section 3.532 to ensure the project will be reconfigured to improve site circulation, parking locations, and pedestrian movements to, from, as well as within the project itself. Specifically, as we discussed, Colbia agreed to reduce the size of the 3 entrances to improve the safety of the site and the neighborhood, especially for pedestrians. And we have previously obtained the required findings from the Waltham Traffic Commission. We have demonstrated compliance with section 3.533 to ensure the plans have been prepared for the adequate disposal of sewage, refuse, and other waste, drainage, and surface water as follows. Again, the stormwater drainage system will capture 100% of the runoff and protect the adjacent wetland, and the Conservation Commission enthusiastically supported this project because of those improvements. We have demonstrated compliance with 3.534 to ensure the plans have been prepared to allow for sufficient parking spaces and service areas. In total, we have provided 37 spaces when 31 are required by the ordinance. It's important to note that the City Council, when considering other special use permits with other gas stations, in written decisions has previously recognized the spaces at the dispensers as parking spaces. Specifically, we looked at 790 Main Street, which is a special use permit that was granted by the City Council on June 22nd, 2020, which specifically said we're going to approve 5 spaces, and the 5 proposed spaces were, quote, in addition to the fueling locations at the fuel pumps, and that's the decision at page 9. So I respectfully submit to the City Council that there's precedent for counting the spaces at the dispensers. I'd also like to suggest that our analysis that we can count the parking spaces at the dispensers is in accordance with the court's opinion and based on existing case law. Moreover, on May 30th, 2020, the City Council, perhaps recognizing that the previous ordinance did not prohibit parking at the pumps, changed the zoning ordinance to exclude the pumps from the definition, quote unquote, parking space. As a result, given that the zoning ordinance as of September 24, 2018 applies, this new definition does not apply in this particular instance, and Colbia is entitled to count the spaces at the pumps. We respectfully submit that we are allowed to do that. As discussed, if this council agrees with our position and our analysis, we do not need a special use permit from the city council with respect to the reduced parking request. Given that we are seeking to redesign the gas station that has existed for decades, we have demonstrated compliance with section 3.535 because the existing municipal facilities are of sufficient capacity as to support the proposed development. We have demonstrated compliance with section 3.536 because the site plans have been prepared for the placement of all electric, telephone, and other utility lines and equipment underground. Mr. Mikhail detailed that and showed you where on the plan that is. As discussed over the course of this presentation, the proposed project offers significant public benefit. I'm not going to go over them all, but in short, again, the stormwater drainage system cannot be understated, limiting noise and traffic by removing the car wash, reducing the driveways to 30 feet, and making the project marks a significant improvement over the current outdated convenience store on the property. And more importantly, the proposed co-branded coffee shop will also offer a public benefit to the community because it offers a convenient location to purchase food and drinks. It's a one-stop shop and you don't have to go more than one place. In conclusion, we have had the opportunity here to end the litigation and work together to modernize an existing gas station and significantly improve the property in question, as well as the neighborhood. I'd like to thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Attorney Chaudhry. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the petition, please state your name and address for the record. We have 5 minutes left on the proponent side. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the petition? There being none, would anyone like to just state their name and address for the record without speaking in favor of the petition? There being none. Continuing on with the opponents, would anyone like to speak in opposition to the petition? Speak in opposition to the petition. Please state your name and address for the record. Would anyone like to state their name and address in opposition to the petition? State your name and address in opposition to the petition. There being none. Would anyone like to speak in a neutral capacity, only seeking information from the petitioner and the city council? Speak in a neutral capacity. There being none. Close that part of the public hearing. Open the public hearing up to questions by councilors. The ward councilor, chairman of the Ordinance and Rules Committee, Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Attorney Chaudhry, for the presentation. And I also want to acknowledge Mr. Delacapini being here for the meeting. We appreciate the fact that you're taking the time to meet with us tonight. I want to start by saying we appreciate the fact that Colbia is looking to invest in Waltham. I don't want that to be lost on the fact that we've had that this was in land court. And I hope you know that you come with a fresh page on the paper today. So let me just begin. Attorney Chaudhry, you mentioned the remand order. We've got a council that's a different look, if you would, a number of new members. If you could just explain what a remand order is.
Of course, and thank you for your time, Mr. McLaughlin, and thank you for your question. Specifically, we were in litigation. So what happened is September 24, 2018, a previous city council denied our request for relief. We appealed to the land court, and during the course of that litigation, both the solicitor and us, and then eventually the city council, both deemed it appropriate, given an honest evaluation of the merits of the case, to come before the city council. And in order to do that, we need what's called a remand order from the court. The remand order from the court essentially grants the Waltham City Council with jurisdiction in order to rehear this case based on the additional data and information that we have agreed to provide. The remand order details that, and the memorandum that we submitted in addition to our application materials details our compliance with the remand order with specific sites to exhibits, and I've mentioned some of that here today. Does it answer your question, sir?
It does. And again, it was a little rhetorical. That's more for the councilors that might be new. So just to be clear, so Judge Spicer didn't find in favor of the city of Waltham or Colbia. Judge Spicer issued a remand order to basically send this back to us, correct?
That is correct, sir. What I would note is we have had several status conferences with Judge Spicer up in the land court, and he's expressed, positive views on both sides, and essentially got the parties to seriously look at whether or not it's worth litigating this matter based on the denial decision. So yes, he has not, the court has not ruled anyway, but he has offered certain opinions and thoughts that the parties have considered, which is part of the reason why we are here today.
Okay. So let me start by just asking, so when this when this didn't pass back in 2018, many of us in the city saw the property. There was a chain link fence that had gone up. The station wasn't open. Can you just explain what happened during that period of time?
I'll defer to Mr. Deli Carpino, one of his associates. I'm not aware of any of those facts.
I can give you a little bit of history on it. We had worked with the city for quite a while. We'd been held up a little bit through the legal department. Actually had to reapply for the permits and so forth. So we had been going through a process of probably about, I'm going to say at least 2 years. And what we had been hearing, and unfortunately, it's all hearsay through the grapevine, was that we were going to be all set and that everything was good. So we had decided at the point to shut the location down to get ready, let's call it, to prepare ourselves for the potential of rebuilding for the facility, because all the optics that we had seen and heard from everybody were that we weren't going to have any issues or any problems, both from our representation and from the staffing that was in position back then. So we basically, for lack of a better term, we jumped the gun, which cost me significant money to jump the gun, because obviously when you shut a location down and you dismantle a location with the assumptions that it is going to have the ability to be rebuilt, to reverse that is a significant cost. And let's just say I was not happy when all this went down, but rather than leaving the place closed, our customers, we really value our customers. We wanted to provide them service. We knew this was going to court. We felt pretty confident. So we decided to put it all back together. And the reason we had a chain link fence around it was obviously for safety purposes when we had taken it all apart. And then put it all back together and just open the doors back up again. And so we could stay in operations and not have our people unemployed, not lose our customers and so forth. So really that was the background on what had happened at that point there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And you guys have made improvements at your other locations too, both on Main Street, and those have been duly noted too. They've been improvements that put a shine on, like you said, older stations. Attorney Chaudhry, back to you. As far as approvals go, you're all set. You've got everything you need right now to be moving forward with the special permit, correct?
That is correct, sir. We've previously obtained all of the requested relief from every single board and from every official, and we've previously resubmitted the development prospectus, which proves that.
Okay. And I'm going to try to run through this quickly. We have other people, other councilors that are looking to ask questions, and this is going to come before my committee anyway. So I'll be seeing you guys again.
Yes, sir.
I do want to talk a little bit. You guys have spent a lot of time talking about the car wash operations. And again, maybe I'm mistaken, but is the car wash operation still in operation?
No, the car wash itself is shut down. It was one of those things that the age of it, we knew that it wasn't going to be something that we would be continuing with. So it really didn't make any sense to continue investing into that facility. So the car wash itself is something that is not in operations. As far as my knowledge right now, it has not been in operations.
Yeah, okay. As far as the size of the building, because this was a major issue the last time this came through. So by right, Attorney Chaudhry, by right, what size could you have the convenience operation be?
So we would respectfully submit that we can have the exact same size that we're proposing right now. And if you allow me a couple of minutes, I'll explain why. Pursuant to Article 3, Section 3.634 of the zoning ordinance, Colbia obtained a variance to increase the public floor area of the convenience store over the 1,000 square foot limit. This decision was never appealed, and as a result, Colbia is legally entitled to the benefit of that variance granted by the Waltham Zoning Board. I would also respectfully point out for the City Council that there's been a change in the zoning ordinance as well that is relevant to your question, sir. On May 30th, 2020, the City Council approved changes to the zoning ordinance to state, quote, "No such special permit shall be issued if the convenience store will have a public floor area in excess of 1,000 square feet." We respectfully submit that this change to the ordinance is perhaps proof that the prior zoning ordinance allowed Colbia to obtain that variance from ZBA. As a result, we feel that Colbia is legally entitled to the benefit of that variance granted by the Waltham Zoning Board. And the judge in land court, that in some of those conversations that we had with him in the status conference, I believe he indicated that that position is a good one, and it's solid and well-founded.
How much of the 3,600 that you're looking to have in the new building is going to be space on the floor of the actual convenience operation?
The convenience operation, I believe, is going to be approximately 2,306 square feet.
So and again, I'm not trying to be difficult about this, but that basically is double what you have now, or more than double what you have now?
So the convenience store portion, yes, but what I'd like to point out is the existing building is 2,940 square feet in total, including the car wash. So when you look at the totality of the building, it's not a huge jump based on what we're proposing.
So when you say over 2,000 square feet, you're also including the car wash with that?
Correct, 2,940 square feet.
Okay, and again, I'm going to be asking more questions.
Of course.
That in committee. The thing I do want to ask about, though, is none of that includes, well, let me back up. The current building, does it have a basement?
Mr. Delacarpini, do you know?
No, it does not have a basement.
Okay, so in the new building will have a basement.
Yes,
that's correct.
Okay. And that's not part of that 3,600 total square feet.
No, it is not.
Okay, all right. You're not going to be replacing the tanks. The tanks are 2011, but they're such that they're the types of tanks you would want there. So that's not going to be an issue.
The tanks that are installed right now are literally the same tanks that we're purchasing today. Everything from the tanks on up will be replaced. So the risers, everything from the lines going to the dispensers, the containment underneath the dispensers themselves. So basically the entire system is going to be a brand new system with the latest monitoring systems, double wall lines. So there'll be redundant protection systems in place to make sure that nothing ever happens to the lines or the tanks themselves.
Okay. So one of the things I'm going to ask that you bring into committee next week is if you can give us the locations, all the locations that you have the Seasons brand in Eastern Massachusetts. I don't know how many that is, but I am curious to see where they're located and if there are any that are close. Do you have one over in Lexington?
I want to say not yet, but we have a hearing coming up in 2 weeks, so that'll be one of the ones.
That was not a loaded question. I just was curious because I think you do have a location over in Lexington, correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
It's
so
not a Stevens, it is a Shell station though.
yeah, and I'm more curious about where you have the seasoned brand that we can take a look at.
We'll give you a full list and be more than happy to, if you want to meet there and walk around, see the back operations, and actually even see a basement structure. We were one of the first ones to really incorporate basements for the simple reason for future modifications of the facilities. What we've seen is over time, these facilities need to be modified, and with basements, there's a lot less disruption.
Sure. No, I understand. And I don't mean to cut you off. I understand that part of it. I want to get through my questions so we can open this up to other councilors. So as far as attorney, as far as the stormwater, I think the term was used that Colbia is proposing stormwater improvements. Are they being proposed or are they being required?
Well, I believe they're required, but the type of system and the improvement that it's going to make to that neighborhood and more importantly to that wetland it cannot be understated. And
and again, not to cut you off, it's something that we look for. It's something that we require. If you're putting a shovel in the ground to make an improvement like this, we would want you to put that system in there.
Of course, we're happy to provide it.
Thank you. There was a presentation made, supplemental transportation PowerPoint. I don't think we have that. And if we can get copies of those through the clerk
of course
committee, I'd appreciate that. You had mentioned that the court, it sounded like the court encouraged you to include the 2 additional locations in the traffic study.
What we did, I apologize. Are you finished? Okay. So what we did is we looked at the current status, and the genesis of the way the original traffic study was done is we met with the city engineer, we met with all the appropriate officials in the city of Waltham, and pursuant to the ordinance, we decided on what intersections we were going to study. And with that, we did exactly that. We studied that. And throughout the process, everybody signed off on it. And ultimately, we got approvals on those traffic studies. When we got to the city council, as one of their denial basis back in 2018, cited that we didn't provide the appropriate studies. So what we did is, in order to provide the city council with all the information that they might need in order to make a fully informed decision, Colbia agreed to spend thousands of dollars on 3 new studies in order to make sure that the city council had exactly what they needed in order to consider this project and approve it.
And those 3 studies were Beaver in Pelham and Warren Street. Is that one?
Yep. Let me read it to you. 1 second, sir. So the new traffic analysis was 2 different intersections, and those were recommended by the city traffic engineer during the course of the litigation. So that's where we got that from as well.
So it's 2, it's not 3?
Yeah, so I'll detail them right now. Yep. It's Beaver at Warren, and Linden at Waverly Oaks. That's one study.
Okay.
And then those are the intersections. And then we move on to an analysis of a comparable gas station with both a convenience store and a fast food establishment. That's a separate study that was done. And then finally, there was a field study done on Site Drive of this proposed project in Beaver Street to determine the level of service. The level of service previously was an E and an F, which it was not great and triggered certain requirements under the zoning ordinance. So what we did is we asked our traffic engineer to look at that to see how we could, if it was correct, and if not, we were going to determine how to fix it. So we went out, did an extra study, and actually determined that it's an LOSC, not an LOSE and F. And if you'd like, I can ask Mr. Arsenal to explain that procedure.
No, that's good for right now. The only thing I want to add into that is one question is, I think it was mentioned in the presentation, what's the location of the comparable site?
Yes, the comparable site, we had two of them. The original one was, I can provide you the address later, but it's in Ashland, Massachusetts.
Yep.
And we also provided a second location, and that one is in Johnston, Rhode Island. And
Okay.
and that is another Seasons with, it's very similar to this proposed project.
Okay, and again, I'm reaching back here and I'm trying to remember. I thought in committee, the last time you were before us, I thought there were questions about the intersection of Beaver and Linden. And I'm gonna ask about that at committee next week. So if you can just go back and take a look at that.
Yes, sir.
Another thing that I'm hearkening back to is, there were gonna be some intersection improvements that you were gonna fund the last time you were before us. I didn't hear that in the presentation. Can you speak to that at all?
Yes, that is something pursuant to the language in the remand order that we're certainly willing to explore with the city council.
Great. Okay, good to hear. Just a couple more questions regarding the fast food. When you say fast food, are you looking for a Dunkin' Donuts? Are you looking for a McDonald's?
Typically in the Seasons model, it's either a Dunkin' Donuts or it's a Mary Lou's Coffee.
Okay, all right. I appreciate you offering that. You already have it on your radar that Wade Putnam had pointed out, looking for that the plot plan is needed. I appreciate the fact that you're looking to increase employment in the city. I think that's great. Mr. President, that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Councilor McLaughlin. First time around, Vice President McMenamin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. First, I'm going to start by telling you that I did not attend the previous public hearing. I was recused, nor was I involved in the remand order. So I'm looking at this from a fresh set of eyes, having never really seen anything of particular before. I wish to compliment all of you. You each had a role to play in your team and presented very well. I understand everything you presented to us. That being said, I've gone through 100, 200, 300 of these over the years I've served on the council. So I'm going to get right to my questions. You
Thank you.
decide who's going to answer them, okay?
Yes, sir. Ma'am.
No one ever called me sir before.
My apologies.
Okay, so let me start. Let me ask you if it's possible to go back to the, was it Mr. Al McHale, your rendering that you had the building and the sites. Could you put that back up for me, please?
Yes, Madam Vice President. Mike, can you do that, please?
C1.
C3.
Oh, you want to look at the utility plan?
Well, put C1 up there. Well, this is good. This is good. Leave that there. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with some questions related to this right off the bat. So are you planning on keeping the footprint of the old building?
No.
Okay, so explain how you're changing that building.
We're going to demolish the existing building in its entirety, foundation all the way up through the ceiling. And we're going to put in a new building with a new foundation. 3,600 square feet would be the perimeter of that building.
Okay, so I'm looking at the footprint of the building I see here. You've moved it from its triangular place against the lot line of Duffy Brothers. You have moved that now and squared it off to your property line. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that being said, the entrance that comes in off of Beaver Street, will cars be able to come in off that entrance and go around the back of the building and come back out on Waverly Oaks?
No.
Okay, explain that to me, because currently they can do that.
Correct. The back of the building is going to be, approximately 15 feet or so from the back property line. That will all be landscaped. Cars will do all their circulation in front of the building. We've provided proper circulation lanes between the parking in front of the building and the pump islands themselves. And we have circulation space between the pump islands and the street. So there's more than adequate circulation space for cars to circulate.
So, okay, just, okay, thank you. Let's go to coming in off of Beaver Street currently. So the car wash goes from north to south in the existing building. When you come in off of Beaver Street, that south is the exit out of the car wash. But when you come in off of Beaver Street currently, there are 3 bays there that allow you to vacuum and clean your car. Are they being removed?
Yes.
So they will not, will you have any bays that allow for that kind of activity?
We're currently not proposing any vacuum stations.
Okay, okay, that's fine. So go back to that other, the other, yes, thank you. Yeah, that's what I need. Okay, so now your entrance, so the current entrance, are you moving the curb cut west?
We are moving the curb. Are you talking Beaver Street?
Yes, I am.
We are moving the driveway west.
How many feet?
Well, we're going about 20 feet. We're reducing it from roughly 55 to 30. And
Okay.
most of that shift, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, is moving down towards the intersection or away from west.
Is that going to be an entrance and exit driveway?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
which means that you have cars coming out of that and they're going to be turning left on Beaver Street.
That's correct.
Correct. And because you're moving that curb cut further towards the intersection, you also, I go through this intersection 5, sometimes 10 times a day. You're moving that curb cut now towards the queue at the lights that exist currently, which I would say at peak hours, you probably have as many as 10 cars. It's a 3-lane queue going west, and you probably have 10 cars, which means that you will be backing up to block that intersection. That's just for your info. You don't have to answer.
Right. Well, just a quick point. We're not moving the side of the driveway that's closest to the intersection. We're moving the back side of that curb cut, and we're closing it off. We're not moving the front end closer.
Okay. Okay, I get that. All right. So let me go now to your deliveries of oil. Currently, you've got the big 18-wheel oil tankers who come in. Most of what I see is they come in on the Waverly Oaks side, so they're facing south. They pull up. So currently, you have 4 parking spaces that back out from where the sign, the big Shell sign is that you have. Matter of fact, there was an accident there last week. I saw it in the back out. But you have 4 parking spaces of people who park there and run into the convenience store currently. So I assume those parking spaces are being eliminated.
We are maintaining parking spaces at the corner. 5 parking spaces. We anticipate that, parking for the C-store or the Seasons Market will be done at the parking spaces in front of the building, which are most convenient, or the side of the building. And then they'll be parking at the pumps where they stop there, get their gas, make a quick run in and get out. That's the benefit of this canopy layout. It allows clear visibility and easy access to the building.
I'm not going to debate you, but I disagree with that logic. So let me go back to the 5 parking spaces. When the 18-wheeler tanker comes in and delivers currently, they pull right up to those parking spaces and deliver whatever they're delivering to both of your large tanks. What's going to happen with the delivery now?
It will follow the same pattern. Yes, it will follow.
Is there enough room for that tanker to get around the bays there?
Yes, there is. We run a circulation plan that shows the large tanker coming in, sitting over the tanks, dropping product on the passenger side, and then exiting out through Beaver Street.
Okay, so okay. So now my next question has to do with hours of operation for both the store and the gas. So I've been on the council long enough that we've gone through all kinds of changes with this gas station. So what are the hours of operation for the convenience store? What are the hours of operation for the gas?
Hamza, could you step in, or Andy?
I'd like to defer to Mr. Delacarpini.
I believe they're 24 hours right now.
Well, you have a 24-hour permit. Are you going to keep both of those circumstances open 24?
Yes.
Do you have any security for that in the late hours?
The facility itself has anywhere between 16 to 32 camera systems, cameras located at the sites. And normally what we've seen is when we do close facilities late at night, they tend to become more challenges with people hanging out at sites when the facilities are closed than whether or not we keep them lit and well lit, opened, and have the ability that if there is a problem at the facility, have the ability to call the police if somebody shows up there that shouldn't be there.
Okay. Where will the delivery trucks who deliver the products for the convenience store, where will they, how will that happen?
Most of the trucks being delivered are what they call day trippers, which could be the 26-foot box trucks. So a majority of that will be delivered in those type of vehicles, which probably will park on the side of the building or off to the side.
I'm sorry, which side? Would that be south, north, where?
They would probably park on the left side of the building, most likely. So this way they can offload, bring the stuff right in, and then continue on their way.
Okay. Will the restrooms be interior or exterior?
Interior.
Okay, so I have a model that I use. I have a camp in Maine, and I use this model regularly. I have for 20 years. The Cumberland Farm model in Norway. So the interior of that Cumberland Farm it has three components to it. On the right of it, it has frozen food place and liquor place and grocery place. In the middle, you pay for your gas, and there are daily sundry chocolates, etc. On the left-hand side, there's a counter that has pizza. They prepare sandwiches there. What kind of a model are you going to have inside of yours?
Normally what this will be structured is the left side of the building is where the coffee shop or a co-brander will be. And just for the council's knowledge, we haven't signed with anybody. We don't have anything in documentation form at this point, but chances are it will either be Mary Lou's Dunkin' Donuts, and we have started to develop our own coffee offering, and we just opened one up in Smithfield, Rhode Island in December. So that left side will be the coffee offering. Along the back will be the restrooms and the freezers, coolers, and so forth. And then coming up on the right side of the property, facing the front of the building, is where the cashier is. So they have visibility, the best visibility for all the dispensers themselves. As you enter the middle of the store, that's where all the shelving and product will be available. So it's a pretty open floor print.
Will you have anything like pizza or sandwiches, prepared sandwiches, things like that?
There'll be prepared sandwiches there. We have a proprietary commissary that prepares sandwiches for us now and delivers them fresh every 2 days. So chances are those sandwiches will be prepared. Well, they'll be delivered to the locations, and I'm sure the coffee shop itself will be preparing breakfast sandwiches and might be preparing lunch sandwiches. Right now, we don't serve pizza just because I'm a firm believer if we can't do it right, don't do it. So that's where we are right now, but that's not to say in the future we might not.
So I thank you very much. You can go back to the regular screen. You've given me good answers to help me make some good decisions with some good intel. So thank you all very much for your professional approach to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. And for clarification, if the petitioners just want to find out, I do not believe that you're open 24 hours or have a license for 24 hours for that location. So you may want to just double check the hours in which you do operate the business. So we'll continue on.
Mr. President, it's Councilor McLaughlin. So the hours of operation, I believe, are 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. Monday through Sunday. It's definitely not 24 hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Council, for the clarification. Next on my list is Councilor Durkee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question. I don't know if the attorney or Mr. Arsenault can answer this. According to the proposal, it looks like you initially proposed 24 spaces Do you recall offhand how many spaces the city said you were required to have?
31, Counselor.
So 31. So my concern is about parking spaces, and I'm hoping that the committee chair just takes some of these considerations into his consideration when it comes to committee. So I used to work right next door to your location for 3 years, and the location is has a high potential to become a traffic circus. Right now with COVID, there's not a lot of usage, but there's a brand new park across the street, diagonally across the street, which I represent in Ward 6. Right now, it's used a lot. It's pretty busy, and this is during COVID. When COVID is over, as we get out of that, it's going to become a lot more busy. That intersection is not really comparable to some of the communities that you have referenced. Ashland and Johnson, Rhode Island are about a quarter to half our size. And, one of the locations has 10 parking spaces. I don't think they're comparable. I don't think that's a deal killer. But I think very well that is quite a major intersection. It pulls people coming from Belmont, from two separate directions. People come from Main Street, from a Dunkin' Donuts down the street, people coming off Trapello Road. So, it's not like someone just gets off Route 117, pulls in and pulls out. I guess the big concern is, I know there's a lot of accidents there. The previous at-large counselor spoke, and not that that's you're necessarily your responsibility, but a lot of the stopping and turning. I'm a little bit concerned, and part of the concern is the lack of parking space. As a previous counselor said, we're not the law department. You can argue the law all day long to us. It's going to go to our law department, not us. I'm glad that this is remanded. I'd prefer something not go to court. That's not the best way it should be worked out. But I hope you are open. I hope the plans are open to considering more parking space. I don't think most people, I realize under your legal capacity or representative capacities, you're saying that a parking spot is a spot at a pump, but most people do not consider that an actual parking spot. And in fact, that actually angers people who park there, as you said, and then run into the store. So I do have concerns, and I just hope that you are willing to consider more parking spaces, or mitigate that, because I would ask, actually, if I could, Mr. Arsenault, do you know when the additional traffic studies for Beaver and Warren and Linden and Waverly, do you know what year that was done? Was that done in 2019 or 2020?
I believe, let me just double check that. It was done, if this is where it's leading, it was done pre-COVID.
Yeah. But
it was done pre-COVID. It was either
Okay.
late in 19 or early 2020.
I believe it was
Just
January
pulling
2020,
exacts.
Counselor.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we weren't.
December 12th, 19.
No, that's good to know. I'm glad you guys were up front. I think, like I said, I work there. There are a lot of accidents, and a lot has to do with turning in. It's just busy, especially at rush hour. I don't want my comments to be considered negative. I just like the issues to be addressed in committee when you talk to them, and anything you can do to mitigate that. That area also in the past had been used for numerous charitable events, road races, where people would park at the property behind you on Beaver and at the American Legion post across the street. So I like the fact that you guys are contributing to the community, and I was actually excited to hear about your project. But I'm hoping that something can be worked out with parking spaces, because I think it's going to. I've only been doing this for a year, and I have yet to find any parking study or traffic analysis that's ever said, oh, no, you can't do the project because of too much traffic. You know, there's always enough, apparently there's never enough traffic and there's always too much parking spaces, so we have to reduce them. Or that's what it claimed to us. So I just like that to be mitigated. I know it's getting late. I made my point, so thank you. That's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Durkee. First time around, Councilor Blank.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Through you to the petitioner, a lot of my questions were asked and answered, so thank you for your time. One question I do have is, the council from Ward 6 brought up, there's a new park across the street, and there is some crosswalks there, and the sidewalks are going to be, I would guess, shrunken down to match the new openings that are going to be substantially smaller. Are those sidewalks, are those on the property of the gas station, or are those on the city property?
City property.
City properties, and those will be, if they're gonna be reduced down, are they currently concrete sidewalks with granite curbs?
Concrete, yes. I believe granite.
And will that be maintained?
Yeah, what's existing will be maintained. In places where we have to patch, we'll match existing.
And there's no effect on the crosswalks or the handicap access ramp?
No.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councilor Blank. First time around, Councilor Darcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I was on mute. Through you to the attorney for the applicant. I'm guessing that some of your new Waltham employees will be biking to work. Which plan number shows your bike racks?
We would have to add those to the plan.
Okay, would you be opposed to adding a bike rack for your employees or others that wish to frequent your store?
Mr. Dale Carpini?
As long as it doesn't interfere with any of the traffic flow, my concern would be is making sure that the bikes can be located someplace where, you know, like I said, I've been hit when people are backing out of spots. So we want to make sure that if we are going to put a rack, that we don't become liable because there's not a convenient spot on the property. But if we can fit one on the property, that makes sense, especially with a park across the street, as has been mentioned, that there's more and more kids that might be going there. We'd be more than happy to put a bike rack there.
Wonderful news. Thank you. The second question, would you be opposed to installing automated door buttons so that people that use wheelchairs or walkers can access your store? And just mind you, this is not under state code.
Yeah, a lot of times those become challenges just because they are so difficult to open normally. The facility itself, most of our Seasons locations during the day operate with at least 2 people servicing the stores. And I would hate to imagine that one of my staff would see somebody coming in with a wheelchair that wouldn't help them open up the door. So at this point, we haven't done it to any of our locations. And I think it would just be an operational challenge for us to be able to get that in at the facility.
Okay, so your answer is no.
At this point.
Great. That's all I have, Mr. President. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Councilor Darcy. Second time around, Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be quick. Attorney, I saw the traffic engineer is actually on this call, and it made me think of this. So one of the things I just want to point out to you is I'm in the midst of scheduling a Zoom meeting for the neighborhood about the signalization of the intersection of Beaver and Warren at Pelham. So I just want to, I see a traffic engineer is shaking his head. was that factored into this?
It was.
Great.
It was. The future signalization you're asking?
Correct.
Yes, it was in our analysis. We assumed it to be signalized in the future.
Excellent.
No build and build.
That's great. And then the other thing, Attorney, directed at you. So part of this special permit is still going to need, you still need relief on reduced parking, correct?
Yes, if the city council does not agree with our analysis that the parking spaces count, and we believe that they do, and we're willing to talk about that, yes, we would need reduced parking relief.
Okay, and what you're talking about is the parking, what you're talking about is cars that pull up to the fuel stations and that would count towards the total number of spaces needed.
Yes, sir, and that's consistent with the zoning ordinance in place at the time that this was passed, and it was subsequently changed to make sure that that can't happen in the future. Also, it's consistent with Massachusetts case law.
Right, but this wasn't something that Judge Spicer necessarily ruled on. This was a position that you held.
He didn't rule on it, but he indicated that we are likely right in our analysis in our status conferences.
And I understand, and I think the council understands, we're looking at this special permit with the old language. I know your position is the old language, would allow this. I'm not sure I agree with that, but we'll have a discussion about that. That's all I had, Mr. President. Thank you. And thank you, attorney.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Counselor. Further questions by counselors? Further questions by counselors? There being none. Is there any rebuttal in favor of the proposal? Is there any rebuttal in favor of the proposal?
Mr. President, I'll be very brief. I just wanted to address a couple of concerns that I believe Councilor Durkee raised in his, and I thank him for raising those concerns, and we want to address them to make sure that he's comfortable. The way that the site is going to be designed, it's going to mark a massive improvement. So you don't have the stacking anymore as it exists. If you have somebody stopping and parking and going in the store, it's never blocking any other traffic. You're always able to go out around that person, or you don't have to approach it because every single one has its own stall. So you don't have the parking issues that you would normally have as it exists today. So we're happy to talk about his parking concerns, but we believe that having folks park there, and that's normally how it works. And I'm happy to share this with the council as well. There's this case law out there that actually explicitly states, and there's a quote there that says, in the normal course, when somebody visits one of these fuel facilities, they park there, then they go in, or they fuel first, and then they leave. They don't use that parking spot near the dispenser and then go park somewhere else in order to access the convenience store. So I wanted to address that concern, that the design right now was done specifically to improve site circulation and to avoid any parking issues. And then secondly, the Johnston location was specifically picked because of the traffic comparability. It's right off of Interstate 295 and a very busy intersection 6A. So what we did is we essentially took those traffic volumes and actually, and Mr. Arsenault can speak to this, we upped those in order to make sure that we were consistent with the Waltham traffic volumes pre-COVID. So what we're doing is we've provided you pre-COVID analysis, and I would argue that that's conservative, because who knows if, given all the COVID changes that have happened, whether or not we truly are all going to be a lot of us are still going to be working from home for a period of time. That might not change. So the traffic that you see might be significantly diminished based on the pre-COVID result and what we see in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Attorney General. Is there anybody wishing to speak in rebuttal in opposition to the petition? In opposition to the petition? There being none. Close the public hearing, refer the matter to the Ordinance and Rules Committee, which will take this matter up, I believe, next week.
We will. Thank you.
Clerk will continue with communications from the mayor.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Mayor respectfully requests acceptance of 2 grants in the amount of $7,680 for the Student Awareness of Fire Education and $3,019 for the Senior Safe Grant.
Refer to the Finance Committee.
The mayor respectfully requests approval of the acceptance of a $1,000 grant from the Federal CARES Act through the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners to support increased public access to virtual library programs.
Refer to the Finance Committee.
The mayor respectfully requests an appropriation in the amount of $30,000 from the Library State Aid Special Revenue Account to the library educational supplies to be used to meet the fiscal year 2021 materials budget requirement of the state.
Refer to the Finance Committee.
The mayor respectfully requests that the estimated assessments for the resurfacing betterments for Silver Hill Lane be allowed to have releases and equal assessments similar to what was done for other private streets, or to conduct another public hearing with current information in order for the petitioners to know what their assessment would be now instead of the information provided to them almost 3 years ago.
For the Public Works, Public Safety Committee.
Mayor respectfully requests an appropriation in the amount of $4,700 to purchase a copy machine for the health department.
For the Finance Committee.
Mayor respectfully requests an appropriation in the amount of $36,000 to fund the deposit of 5% of the purchase price of the land acquisition for the property located at 481 Main Street.
I
Mr.
believe, Council McLaughlin.
Mr. President.
Yes. I'm sorry? Which?
No.
Counselor?
Mr. President, Councilor Durkee asked to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Durkee. Councilor Durkee, you have the floor.
So the mayor asked that this be approved without committee reference, so I'd like to move that this be approved without committee reference.
Councilor Durkee makes a motion to suspend the rules to act on this matter without committee reference. On the motion to suspend the rules, all in favor say
Aye.
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 Opposed or object? The matter is before us.
Motion.
Councilor Durkee, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I agree with this. It's in my ward. It's going to mitigate some parking spaces being removed from from Main Street. I move that we move to approve.
On the motion for approval,
On the motion, Mr. President.
on the motion, Councilor LaCava, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple questions. This is something that was before the Traffic Commission last week. A few councilors, including myself, spoke mightily in favor of this. Doing just a little dig in after the fact, I do have a few concerns on this project, so I don't believe this is the time to bring them up based on what my concerns are. I just did have a question. This $36,000 seems to me like a P&S of sorts. I just wanted to know if this was approved and given, are we forfeiting that money if the purchase does not go through in the future?
Councilor LaCava, I believe that the mayor is here on the line and able and willing, I believe, to address this matter, if that is correct.
Yes, Mr. President, the law department, is it all right if I talk?
Madam Mayor, you have the floor.
Okay. The law department is putting a provision in there that it's a refundable, and I wasn't aware of any problems that came up at the Traffic Commission, so I'm not aware of what any of the Ward 5 councilors' issues were at this, because I thought you were in favor of it at the Traffic Commission, but I'm happy to talk to you about it, or talk to the council here at any time.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I did speak in favor, as I stated earlier. Just a few questions in terms of the assessed value of the land and the purchase price and such, and I'm not sure if we're able to speak of that.
Okay, there's a couple things about that. I have an appraisal. This price is less than the appraisal, so it's an actual appraisal done. And then also, there would actually have to be a friendly taking based upon the assessment of the property. There is also a tax lien on the property. You know, in other words, they haven't paid the tax.
Yes, I was aware of the taxing as well. So no, I just was.
So in other words, you know, I'd be happy to go into executive session, but at this point I can say to you, I have an appraisal. This value is less. In other words, the purchase price is less than the appraisal. But based upon the city charter, you're absolutely correct that you would have to have, you know, a friendly taking in this matter. And
So
that is also,
that will come before us in.
that will come with the purchase and sale agreement, yeah.
Okay, I can hold off, I suppose, until then and see that. I just had.
So I'm going to have to request an extension on the purchase and sale agreement. So right now, the lawyers are going back and forth on the language, so I don't have it for you yet. But there is a deadline to sign it by, I think, the 25th. But I'll request an extension because it has to be subject to council approval anyway.
Okay, so you did mention there was a provision that the money would come back?
we're putting in the provisional. Normally in a real estate transaction between two private parties, if you don't complete the deal. So we are undertaking right now a 21E and a title search. So normally that's what we do. We do an appraisal, we do the title search, we do a 21E, and then we come back. But this property, because I had another person interested in the property that was going to pay the value, I did an offer, subject to council approval, naturally. So, but I will be able to advise you of that as soon as I get the details of the purchase and sale. But
Great, I can wait for that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilor Carver, further questions?
None at this time. None at this time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor. Further questions by councilors? There being none, Councilor Durkee makes a motion for approval of a request for an appropriation amount of $36,000 of a deposit of 5% for the purchase of land acquisition at 481 Main Street. Clerk, call the roll.
George A. Darcy III.
Yes.
Karen Dunn.
Yes.
John T. Durkee.
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris.
Yes.
Joseph P. LaCava.
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse.
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin.
Yes.
John J. McLaughlin.
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin.
Yes.
Patrick J. O'Brien.
Yes.
Jonathan Paz.
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley.
Yes.
Carlos A. Vidal.
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed.
By your action, you have approved of the matter. Clerk, continue.
Applications and licenses.
For the License of Franchise Committee.
Orders, ordinances, and resolutions. We have one resolution, Mr. President.
If the clerk would read the resolution.
Resolution in memory of Virginia Monroe. Whereas Virginia Monroe was born on the 4th of July, 1951, was a loving mother, grandmother, generous neighbor, and friend. And whereas Virginia was a proud member of Waltham's South Side, involved for many years in criminal justice, prison and sentencing reform, and the modern abolition movement. And whereas Virginia became a watch member in 2004, serving as watch board co-president from 2012 to 2018, volunteered with the Salvation Army Soup Kitchen and became a prominent leader with the Waltham Black Future Fund. And whereas Virginia was a vocal champion for affordable housing, who showed members of the Waltham community how to lead with courage and compassion in the continuing fight for racial and economic justice. And whereas Virginia passed away this January 18th, 2021, as a shining example of how we could aspire to be loving, caring, truth-telling, lifelong learning, justice-seeking, and ethical humans. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Waltham City Council work with the Mayor's Office to commemorate the life and legacy of Virginia Monroe as an example of Black excellence in history in Waltham by dedicating a space, classroom, library, or building in her name. Respectfully submitted, Jonathan Paz, Councilor Ward 9, Christine A. Mackin, Councilor Ward 7.
Councilor Paz.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the name of Black History Month, I want to start my remarks with a quote from Bertolt Brecht. There are people who fight for a day and they're good. There are people who fight for a year and they're better. There are people who fight for many years and they're better still. But there are those who fight all their lives. These are the indispensable ones. Earlier this year, Waltham lost an indispensable member of its South Side community, Virginia Monroe. Virginia Monroe epitomized Black excellence. Her life and legacy are carried on by her daughters, Jasmine and Malika Monroe, and her grandchildren, Malik, Specialty, Michael, and Nairobi Monroe, and Daniel McCoy. Virginia was born on the 4th of July, 1951. Throughout her life, Virginia was involved for many years in criminal justice, prison, and sentencing reform, and the modern abolition movement. She was also a champion for affordable housing in Waltham. Virginia was a strong force within Watch CDC from its very start. She did not just talk the talk for affordable housing. She showed up and made things happen. She testified before city leaders. She got people registered to vote. She helped organize community meetings and helped drive petitions. To those who were fortunate enough to know her, she was the kindest, wisest, and maybe the quietest person in the room. She not only helped the Black Lives Matter movement in Waltham, but mentored a new generation of leaders for social and racial justice. She reminded us that you can achieve social change without having to be in the limelight. You can be a quiet supporter and still be impactful. She also taught this city councilor that the struggle is indeed worth it. We would often talk on her porch where I would share with her my hopes and dreams for the city. And she patiently reminded me, all good things come with patience. What I admire in her the most is that through illness and age, she stayed involved and she fought the good fight even to the last days of her life. She didn't make excuses. She stayed on and inspired those around her. Ultimately, I think Virginia taught us how to be better ancestors. Virginia passed away in January 18, 2021. She was a shining example of how we could aspire to be loving, caring, truth-telling, lifelong learning, justice-seeking, and ethical humans. She will be missed not only by her family, but the countless lives she touched, the community she fought for. In the spirit of Black History Month and Virginia's legacy, I ask that the city of Waltham to honor and commemorate her contributions to the people of Waltham. Whether it is a square, a bench, or a library, let us work together to honor her memory, where she can inspire a new generation of leaders in the pursuit of justice and equity and happiness. Rest in power, Ruthie. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Paz. Refer the matter to the License and Franchise Committee. Clerk will continue with committee reports.
Licenses and franchises. The Licenses and Franchises Committee recommends the lodging house transfer at 403 River Street for Scott Hefter of 375 Harvard Street, Brookline, be approved.
Councilor Vidal moves the action committee to the action of council. Roll call.
Joe J. Darcy III.
Yes.
Karen Dunn.
Yes.
John T. Durkee.
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris.
Yes.
Joseph P. LaCava.
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse.
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin.
Yes.
John J. McLaughlin.
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin.
Yes.
Patrick J. O'Brien.
Yes.
Jonathan Paz.
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley.
Yes.
Alice A. Vidal.
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed.
May your action to approve the matter. Clerk continue.
Licenses and Franchises Committee recommends the approval of the lodging house renewal for Max Horn at 21-23 Pine Street.
Councilor Vidal moves the action committee to the action of council. Roll call.
Joe J. Darcy III.
Yes.
Aaron Dunn.
Yes.
John T. Durkee.
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris.
Yes.
Joseph P. LaCava.
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse.
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin.
Yes.
John J. McLaughlin.
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin.
Yes.
Patrick J. O'Brien.
Yes.
Jonathan Paz.
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley.
Yes.
Alice A. Vidal.
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed.
May your action to approve the matter. Clerk continue.
Licenses and Franchises Committee recommends the Class 2 renewal for specialty auto sales at 265 Bear Hill Road be approved.
Councilor Vidal moves the action committee to the action of council. Roll call.
Joe J. Darcy III.
Yes.
Karen Dunn.
Yes.
John T. Durkee.
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris.
Yes.
Joseph P. LaCava.
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse.
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin.
Yes.
John J. McLaughlin.
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin.
Yes.
Patrick J. O'Brien.
Yes.
Jonathan Paz.
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley.
Yes.
Alice A. Vidal.
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed.
May your action to approve the matter. Clerk continue.
The Licenses and Franchises Committee recommends the Class 2 renewal for Diamond Automotive Distributors at 614 Moody Street be approved.
Councilor Vidal moves the action committee to the action of council. Roll call.
Joe J. Darcy III.
Yes.
Aaron Dunn.
Yes.
John T. Durkee.
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris.
Yes.
Joseph P. LaCava.
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse.
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin.
Yes.
John J. McLaughlin.
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin,
Yes.
Patrick J. O'Brien,
Yes.
Jonathan Paz,
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley,
Yes.
Alice A. Vidal,
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed.
By your action, you have approved of the matter. Clerk continue.
Licenses and Franchises Committee recommends the secondhand dealer's renewal for CompuStar Inc. at 563 Moody Street be approved.
Counselor Vidal moves the action committee with the action of the council. Roll call.
George A. Darcy III,
Yes.
Aaron Dunn,
Yes.
John T. Durkee,
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris,
Yes.
Joseph P. LaCava,
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse,
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin,
Yes.
John J. McLaughlin,
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin,
Yes.
Patrick J. O'Brien,
Yes.
Jonathan Paz,
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley,
Yes.
Alice A. Vidal,
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed. Licenses and Franchises Committee recommends the secondhand dealer's renewal for Tool Shed at 471 Main Street be approved.
Counselor Vidal moves the action committee with the action of the council. Roll call.
George A. Darcy III,
Yes.
Karen Dunn,
Yes.
John T. Durkee,
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris,
Yes.
Joseph P. LaCava,
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse,
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin,
Yes.
John J. McLaughlin,
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin,
Yes.
Patrick J. O'Brien,
Yes.
Jonathan Paz,
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley,
Yes.
Carlos A. Vidal,
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed. All right, Finance Committee. The Finance Committee recommends the acceptance of numerous gifts from Karen O'Brien, 50 Brightwood Road, Waltham, for the City Hall Museum Room be approved.
Counselor LaCava moves the action committee with the action of council. Roll call.
George A. Darcy III,
Yes.
Aaron Dunn,
Yes.
John T. Durkee,
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris,
Yes.
Joseph P. LaCava,
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse,
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin,
Yes.
John J. McLaughlin,
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin,
Yes.
Patrick J. O'Brien,
Yes.
Jonathan Paz,
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley,
Yes.
Carlos A. Vidal,
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed.
By your action, you approve the matter.
Finance Committee recommends the acceptance of 5 pewter ornaments of various Waltham fire engines from Kathleen B. McMenamin of 147 Trapello Road, Waltham, for the City Hall Museum be approved.
Counselor LaCava moves the action committee with the action of the council. Roll call.
George A. Darcy III,
Yes.
Karen Dunn,
Yes.
Sean T. Durkee,
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris,
Yes.
Joseph P. LaCava,
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse,
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin,
Yes.
John J. McLaughlin,
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin,
Yes.
Patrick J. O'Brien,
Yes.
Jonathan Paz,
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley,
Yes.
Carlos A. Vidal,
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed. The Finance Committee recommends the appropriation of $25,900 to fund the development of a calibrated water distribution system hydraulic model to provide the city with an evaluation of the water distribution system be approved.
Counselor LaCava moves the action committee with the action of the council. Roll call.
George A. Darcy III,
Yes.
Karen Dunn,
Yes.
John T. Durkee,
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris,
Yes.
Joseph P. LaCava,
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse,
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin,
Yes.
John J. McLaughlin,
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin,
Yes.
Patrick J. O'Brien,
Yes.
Jonathan Paz,
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley,
Yes.
Carlos A. Vidal,
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed. The Finance Committee recommends the appropriation in the amount of $20,000 to fund the 2-year subscription for a software application to assess the water distribution system be approved.
Counselor LaCava moves the action committee with the action of the council. Roll call.
George A. Darcy III,
Yes.
Karen Dunn,
Yes.
John T. Durkee,
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris,
Yes.
Joseph P. LaCava,
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse,
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin,
Yes.
John J. McLaughlin,
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin,
Yes.
Patrick J. O'Brien,
Yes.
Jonathan Paz,
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley,
Yes.
Carlos A. Vidal,
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed. Ordinances and rules. The Ordinances and Rules Committee recommends the zoning amendment for tea shops be approved for a second reading.
Council McLaughlin moves the action committee be the action of the council. Roll call.
George A. Darcy III,
Yes.
Karen Dunn,
Yes.
Sean T. Durkee,
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris,
yes,
Joseph P. LaCava,
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse,
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin,
yes,
John J. McLaughlin,
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin,
yes,
Patrick J. O'Brien,
Yes.
Jonathan Paz,
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley,
Yes.
Carlos A. Vidal,
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed.
Council McLaughlin moves to suspend the rules to give this matter a third and final reading. On the motion to suspend the rules, all in favor say aye.
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 aye,
Oppose or object? The matter is before us. Council McLaughlin makes a motion to give the matter a third and final reading. Roll call.
George A. Darcy III,
Yes.
Karen Dunn,
Yes.
John T. Durkee,
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris,
yes,
Joseph P. LaCava,
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse,
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin,
yes,
John J. McLaughlin,
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin,
yes,
Patrick J. O'Brien,
Yes.
Jonathan Paz,
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley,
Yes.
Carlos A. Vidal,
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed.
Clerk, continue with number 2.
The Ordinances and Rules Committee recommends the fuel storage permit ordinance be approved for a first reading.
Council McLaughlin moves the action committee be the action of the council. Roll call.
George A. Darcy III,
Yes.
Karen Dunn,
Yes.
John T. Durkee,
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris,
yes,
Joseph P. LaCava,
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse,
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin,
yes,
John J. McLaughlin,
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin,
yes,
Patrick J. O'Brien,
Yes.
Jonathan Paz,
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley,
Yes.
Carlos A. Vidal,
Yes.
14 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'd like to move to recommit that matter back to committee.
Motion on by Council McLaughlin to recommit the matter. On the motion to recommit, all in favor say aye.
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 Oppose or object? There being none, the matter is recommitted to the Ordinance and Rules Committee. Clerk Fazad, is the live feed still on for the Zoom and YouTube?
My computer's telling me it is. Let me check YouTube. Hold on.
Does say on my screen that we are still live on YouTube, so I just wanted to make sure that we're still.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, I believe we're back on, so. Clerk will continue with unfinished business and other business.
Time extension for special permit number 34110, 225 Wyman Street.
Refer to the Ordinance and Rules Committee.
Mr. President, I'd like to suspend Rule 39 to act on this matter without committee reference.
Okay. On the motion to suspend the rules to act on this matter without committee reference. On the motion by Council McLaughlin. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
aye,
Oppose or object? There being none, the matter is before us. Council McLaughlin makes a motion.
I'd like to move approval of the time extension.
Council McLaughlin makes a motion for the time extension. Motion for approval of the time extension. Clerk, call the roll.
George A. Darcy III,
Yes.
Karen Dunn,
Yes.
John T. Durkee,
Yes.
Kathy Ann Harris,
yes,
Joseph P. LaCava,
Yes.
Anthony LaFosse,
Yes.
Randall J. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Christine A. Mackin,
yes,
John J. McLaughlin,
Yes.
Kathleen B. McMenamin,
yes,
Patrick J. O'Brien,
Yes.
Jonathan Paz,
Yes.
Thomas M. Stanley,
Yes.
Carlos A. Vidal,
Yes.
14 in favor, unopposed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilors, we've come to the end of the docket and tabled items. The wish with the, with regards to any of the tabled items? There being none. Okay. Before we conclude this evening's meeting, I feel bad that it's at 11:10 p.m. that I want to take this opportunity and beg the indulgence of the members of the city council. Before we adjourn, I want to address remarks that I made earlier this evening during the State of the City address. In no way did I or the mayor ever want to overlook the important role the clerk's office played over this past year. Most people don't understand how government is made up, and that is that the city clerk operates under the direction of the city council. And I meant no disrespect to the department. I actually mentioned in my remarks that although the members of the city council and clerk's office, we never paused stopping or working hard on behalf of the citizens over the past year. But I forgot to acknowledge in my remarks that the clerk's office oversaw 3 elections and a historic presidential election with mail-in ballots, and overcame a lot to give the city, an excellent overall election process. So I would like to take this opportunity just to acknowledge the hard work of the members of the city clerk's office, Vanessa Maloof, Catherine Magliardi, Yvonne Fong, Geraldine Sarin, Kara Wilson, Assistant City Clerk Joseph Azad, and Clerk Robert Waddick. Again, as I said, I meant no disrespect. They did have a significant role over last year's elections, historic elections, and I apologize for not mentioning them by name earlier in my remarks. We do appreciate your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was very kind of you. Thank you.
Wish of the committee with regards to the meeting on Monday, February 22nd, 2021.
Move to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
On the motion to adjourn by Councilor Harris. On the motion to adjourn, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose or object? There being none. Waltham City Council stands in adjournment at 11:11 p.m. Thank you all, councilors. Have a good night. Look forward to seeing you here next week, City Council Chamber.